Test, test.
No. Yes, it's recording.
This one is being streamed, yeah. So the second half of your match is going to go out. It looks like we're getting audio now.
That was the one we were getting. I just heard it unplug.
Okay.
Did you turn one off?
No, I haven't turned anything off.
I turned this microphone off.
Okay.
Okay,
good.
perfect. So now we have.
So we just share it, right?
Yep, we'll just share this one,
Okay.
and we have to turn it on and off here. So let's just repeat everything we said in the last 22 minutes about the history of this place and all the cool players that have been here. Anyways, welcome back if you guys are on the stream. So this is a match between Robert May, also known as Bumps, and Justin Logan. You might know Justin. He used to work down at Games Plus, which is a pool hall in Costa Mesa before it closed.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, that's going to wrap that match up. Looks like Justin came back and took that one down. Okay, while we're waiting for another match to get set up here, I'm going to go ahead and show you what Danny Kays is. We'll be right back. think there'd be zero downtime. Who's going to be next on 12? Do you know?
Me and Derek.
Perfect. Okay, let me get you guys up there. Yeah. Here we go. Here, go ahead. Talk. Yeah, you're on. You're live.
So we got a match coming up on the Tuesday next. This is going to be James Stein, the owner and operator of Edison Billiards Professional, and Derek Kim. Derek Kim will be going 6, 6, 5. Strong player, very aggressive.
Second time we've seen him today.
He's also quite an aggressive player and really making a big stride in his game lately. So he's put a lot of practice in. I like forward to a good matchup. Derek, 1 point. Still not rocking the deuce in the back.
As long as the players don't have an issue with it, it's not a huge deal.
It's not a big point here. Not using it.
Okay.
Dry break with,
Absolutely no shape on the one ball whatsoever. Expecting to see a push out. Where do you like to push here?
I feel like you got to go down in that corner by the block over here with the upper right overlooking or something like that, or anywhere else.
This is a case where I almost want to tie up a few balls. Maybe tie that 8-2 up instead of hitting that 9 and create another front ball.
You know what? That's not bad. They have it on the rail long and pretty straight here.
Makes it quite difficult to get any kind of stop shot played, so the shape on the 2 is going to be really touchy.
He's going to have to probably just line his in and accept the long shot too, but yeah, from the 2 and the 3.
But if your ball rolls forward, you're kind of in bad shape here. It's a little difficult to stop it or even let it drift forward from that far away.
Yep, super tough. It's a good push, and he got rewarded for it.
Kind of.
If he can't, I think this is the draws, and this is makeable, like, going long rail.
Absolutely. One rail kick is not out of line here.
It's just a long rail. Just a long rail.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Kind of a mental error on his part because you can't stretch out like that. You have to find a way to comfortably cue your ball.
You need to be down comfortable on the shot, yeah.
Set it really to cue. You can't really it's just a really awkward shooting position, and he should have either used an extension of the bridge or a combination of both. But lesson learned. Derek gets ball hand rolling. Falling pretty poorly on the 2. I mean,
You should be able to draw out of this though and come up between the 4-9. I think he can draw his way right out of this one. Oh, he completely whipped.
See, that you gotta be careful. He's gonna change his shaft, but there's a saying that rules that were passed out for this tournament that breaking down your cue like that in the middle of the match without warning your opponent. First of all, it's got to be your turn at the table, and you do it. You gotta you're supposed to notify your opponent. That's a kind of a
little bit of a faux pas.
Well, I mean, it would be a little bit of a maybe call to call it. You know, you can see what he's doing. He's not obviously not conceding the game and all that, but you just got to be careful because, you know,
by the letter of the law,
Yeah,
that could be
yeah.
enforced as a forfeit of the match. Yes, it's
Yeah,
true.
it probably would be in this case. I didn't even know what he was saying, but he obviously miscued it. But you know, obviously get a sack with a better tip on anything like that. But it's kind of incredible. That's shot.
Absolutely. He's going to end up with a real long tester on this 3, but the shape for the 4 is more or less natural if you make this 3. The 9 is a little bit... Yeah, the 9's a little scary, but I'm frankly not too worried about this position. Oh, that was kind of an unfortunate roll there. Really was expecting him to get between the 9 and the 4, but he caught that a lot more full than he expected. Ended up running right into the 5. I'm really expecting to see a jump here. The position after the jump is probably not going to be to his advantage. He's going to end up with probably some flavor of a bank or really steep cut one way or the other. I almost like just trying to jump into a safe here, hitting the 4 on the left side of the ball, and trying to keep your cue ball down behind the 7 and 8. But when you're jumping, it's going to be difficult one way or the other. And this is really getting a little bit dangerous. The carom here plays very nicely. I would really like to see an attempt at the 4-9 here. Looks like he's gone for it, and just not quite enough. Had the right idea, didn't quite hit it smooth enough, and now we've got even more danger.
No, oh man, in 2008, I saw videos from him with the police agency. It was happening quite a lot.
Well, still got a pretty dangerous situation with that 9 sitting in the corner there. But right now, there's not a whole lot of threat. If you can make this 4, yeah, I don't think you can pop 4 in the side, and it's going to be real tough getting down in the corner there. And now I would absolutely expect to see a 5-9 combination. You might even be able to hit this really hard.
Do we have a side view available to this?
No, we're having audio issues with the side view, so we're not going to be able to use the side view, unfortunately. He could bank this into the cross side, which just looks like what he likes to play.
Okay, he's got some hamper queuing here. This is easy to kind of pull this 5 off the rail.
The good news is though, with I was going to say, with how deep the 9 was there, even if you don't perfectly hit that 5, you really good chance to make that combination.
It's so deep that you can actually miss the 9 with hit it good. So he takes the first. That was the first game, correct?
That was first game, yeah.
It's going to give him a 2-0 lead.
Oh, I think I got that backwards. Let me adjust that. Okay, that was a monster of a break. Nothing to win, unfortunately. I really like the speed, though.
Depending on if there's a little space between these balls there, if I have a way to send this one and send this cue ball 2 rails out of that upper right corner and pull the 9 ball and try to keep the 1 behind it. So he's not doing that. He must be kind of frozen into this. This is a tough spot.
He should be able to just keep the one up near that top rail there and come down behind the sig. Well, he got a little bit lucky, ran right into the 3 and cross banked that like a champ. Really don't think that's what he was going for, but you know, sometimes you just that's 9 ball. You take what you get.
You gotta just accept that sort of thing. 9 ball and then walk down to the party meeting. That's up, continues to bother you.
You might want to switch games.
10 ball. It's a nice hit.
A lot of control there. I really like that, especially if it's going to get right frozen up on the 7. It looks like it's hard to tell from here.
I can't even tell.
He's definitely not frozen on the 7.
He shoots straight out, but I thought he didn't have to go real first.
Plenty of room. Got a nice angle on the fort. Just come back up 1 rail across the table. Oh, didn't even elect to do it. Thought he could just draw back behind that.
I actually lead natural to kind of go forward and come around under the 5 and back out.
Oh, when I said go across the table, I really wasn't seeing the 4 ball. I thought he was playing shape on the 5. That explains it.
So I think Derek's going to have to try to run into this 5 ball and maybe try to pump the 5 straight over the other side.
The good news is, yeah, with the 5 should open up towards the middle of the table, so wherever it ends up, you're probably going to end up with a shot here. He looks like he's trying to go into it. I like that choice. I think putting the 5 in the middle of the table is perfectly
He put up a
fine.
little bit of inside. Yeah, he needed a little bit of inside English, but he put a little bit too much about the upper half of the 5.
At this point, I like kind of drifting down here towards the bottom of the table, so you can play the 6 in the upper left-hand
I
corner.
think he's at an angle. He's going towards the 8. Like, yeah, I think
This is not an easy combo. There's a lot of space there. It's absolutely a makeable shot, but you have to be very precise. I want to say he's going for the combo.
That was a safer way to play that, obviously, in terms of not selling. You play that combo and hang that 9 up. It's like
And he did have a chance of getting behind the 8 playing the carry.
it might have been slightly above percentage of the ball.
Well done. Plenty of angle on the 7. Come back down the table.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to kind of drag this up and play the 8.
I believe the 8 goes past the 9 just fine, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 8's got room, which simplifies the position. Oh, he was definitely playing for the 8 past the 9, so it must pass.
He left the tester here. The top is very makeable, but it's hard to bring your people back up to anywhere near the center of the table.
Really, the only way I like doing that is to load this up with some right-hand English. But that top right corner pocket is really big when you put that much English on it. And not only that, if you do miss it, you then have to worry about the side. There's one scratch potential.
Yeah, it's pretty high up. Yeah, just past the second time, and it's hard to beat that corner pocket. You know, there's a lot of people get the short rails there.
I realistically think the best way to do this is a little bit of low left. Come 1, 2 rails even, and try and get shape on the 8 in the bottom right-hand corner.
Or you can try the safety, like yeah, he tried the first option.
Yeah.
It's hard to pocket that one.
Absolutely.
You're loading up with so much spin in order to make sure you don't scratch across the corner that it becomes super tough to pop it up.
I would really like to see another safety here. There's just not a great angle to make an aggressive shot on that 7.
He's trying to cut it, get it well, safe, way too safe.
Okay. Once again, going to be forced to just take a longer shot on the 8. Really, you just want to focus on making the 7. Oh, he could be. Yeah, he could be playing the 7-9. That was absolutely what he was trying. Okay, so we got a 1-2 score line.
How are we sounding to the viewing public out there? Any comments, complaints, critiques?
Not about what we're saying, just how we sound while we're saying it.
Can you hear us? That's the start.
Should be, yes.
What's
Action Billiards Productions.
action?
All right. Well, the good news is with ball in hand, you can take care of the major problem on this table right away. That 1-4 is kind of the biggest issue I'm seeing.
And the one doesn't, well, it has a pocket. He's going to have to do this in the upper left or something like that. Probably just do it forward.
He's playing a safety here. Okay.
I don't like this at all.
Not really, because there's not a great follow-up safety.
Although he hit it really good.
But when you leave the one in the middle of the table like this, there's not a whole lot to do afterwards. So yes, you put your opponent on 2, but what's really your next
You
plan?
eliminated the cluster, and you still have a pretty reasonable chance to end up with ball in hand here. So now the table's pretty open. The 2 to the 3 to the 4 is the key to getting out here. But if you start balling down the 1, you just got to stay in line for a few shots, and then if you get good, you have to get good on the 5, and then the rest of the rack becomes pretty simple.
Yeah, he was rewarded with ball in hand. The safety was really good.
He is on 2 fouls. We're using the 3 foul rule here. So I look for Jim. Jim just might be tempted by this 1-9 combo. A lot of distance here, off angle, and I don't
really see any sort of two-way potential with playing the 1-9 either, which to me devalues that shot a little bit.
I think he should opt for either just trying to run out or to go for the first foul. This is,
he wants the win right
now. With a reasonable chance, you just kind of rattle try and hang it up and sell out and get another 1-shot win for your opponent.
Yeah. Oh. Also, no luck on the outcome of that one either. He's going to have a full ball to look at.
It's real that he didn't just sell out of 1-9 combos. So, this is a reasonably good result for the shot. I don't really believe that's the correct decision.
I agree. That's a hard sell for me too. Here, I really expect to see a little bit of top English and bury that cue ball behind the 3, send the 1 up table. You might have to put some right hand spin in order to keep this cue ball. It looks like he's going to thin it with some left. Or I think he was trying the bank. Now that I look at it. Was that a third foul? That was the third foul.
Did he make that intervening good hit?
No, that was actually the third foul. I don't think he realized that he was on 2 there.
Obviously, Jim is
that is the rule.
Tournament director in this tournament.
Yes.
They read the rules. You must warn your opponent after the second foul. I'm sure Jim did that. He went out of his way to put him on 2 fouls.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
That was unexpected.
Yeah. Kind of a big error by Derek right there. Maybe not realize or to hit that ball. You really should have never scratched that shot. To be on 2, you have to take great care to make sure you don't foul.
Do not want to be taking any risks like trying to bank that one. Absolutely not.
So as we mentioned, he's an extremely aggressive player. I don't see him play safe very often.
Well, probably going to be looking at another push here. And frankly, just pushing down between the 8-5 on the bottom rail in between the 8-5.
Or just over to the side rail here.
Works too, yeah. Really nothing wrong with that either. I'm a big fan of the, not necessarily kick and stick, but I like to come one rail, send the cue ball down between the 8-5 and try and jerk my cue ball to the right-hand side of the table here.
I take a lot of care to make sure I don't put the ball anywhere near the 9. I don't mind sending the left side of it and trying to bring the cue ball back where it is.
Yep, that works as well.
Kind of side rail to side rail. I wouldn't be surprised to see Derek take a flyer to the cross corner bank shot here or something like that. The 2's basically sitting right in front of the side pocket.
Decided to bank into the side. Okay.
It's not a terrible lead for Derek. 3-ball combo is asking a lot. So.
With a lot of the defense from last game, I'm kind of expecting Jim to just try and roll this one ball up.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like this combo either. I would really like to see another set.
Lots of tough again.
If this ball does go down, the shape on the two is perfectly natural, so I absolutely expect it to just try and cut this ball in.
I was thinking of something along those lines to try that shot, but it was difficult. It didn't lay quite right to get your key level right. That's a tough shot.
Jacking up on this too.
I think it's what happened to Uncle.
Well, neither of these guys are holding their punches.
I think you try to keep the key level, get towards the 9 or get 5 to 7 or something like that. He's just going straight bank again.
I think he's just going to try and
Yeah,
back.
that's
a great result too. If you
go after a jump key right here, I know I played with Jim several times a week. Generally speaking, we get to practice on this diamond and stuff. He loves that jump cue. And this shot, this is
great time to be jumping here.
This is the right shot.
There's really a lot of good things that can happen with this jump.
I will
Great
say
shot.
that he is known to pull out the jump cue when it's not the right time for a jump cue, but that's the kind of shot right there that jump cues are made for.
Okay, as long as you can avoid the floor ball, you should be sitting pretty here. The angle's pretty natural. You should be coming out on the left side of the 8 ball here.
Yeah, thin this long rail, short rail.
A little bit fuller than I thought. Ended up in roughly the same spot, but had to use the 5 to do it. Oh, how good is that 9 going to roll? That is unfortunate. There is a 3-railer here. If you can shoot past the 7, you might be able to 2-rail it. It does, it does. But the only other option I'm really seeing here is the 1-railer right towards the chalks there. The short 1-rail, and this is quite hard to control. Personally, I'm a fan of 2 or 3 rails past the left side of the 7 to try and make contact. The scratch is there, but to me, it's a higher percentage here.
Elevated like this, you don't want to jump in the air. You need a little, you want this off.
Yeah,
pretty good attempt at it, actually. Really tough shot. It's probably picking you up. Right, I like the rail first, around the pin here, and let it left angle. Try to hit the side rail before the side pocket.
Just like that. Just like that. Slow down just a hair. He's in good shape now.
Nearly ball real smooth little draw stroke here. Maybe some ball back ever so gently. That was slightly less gentle than we could have done, but
all he really needs to do is get out towards the middle of the table here. You can really shoot this 8 in one of 4 pockets.
Not too bad. If he can just kind of hit a high ball and not scratch on the side, he'll be all right.
I actually think you might even like playing this ball on the side. It makes the shape for the 9 quite simple. It's
That was a diamond pass inside, or your key ball is a half diamond above it.
I thought it was only about a half diamond pass, which would make it a little simpler.
Looks
But
like it's right between the two diamonds passes up. So I think this is a corner pocket shot. I think you just, I kind of hit a high ball here, high left, and try to get the key ball back to about where it is.
if I was going to shoot this in the corner, I definitely like a little bit of low left and draw.
That's what he's doing.
Just like that. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
That would have broke Derek's heart. Yeah. Tough shot. fairly tough position to follow. Just have to lag this in and accept a long cut shot for about
Focus on
six,
nothing but
7 feet.
making the ball. Absolutely.
Just gotta roll it in. Overcut it slightly. This is the layup in front of the side now. But
The further down it goes, the easier it
yeah,
gets.
we're gonna let Jim from here. That's concessions on that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Although I'm a little bit against concessions on the TV table for the sake of the viewers, but Derek was getting out there 150% of the time.
He's got enough respect for Derek to know that that's almost an unmissable situation.
That's true, but let them have respect for the viewers and let them get their time investment worth. All three of them. Still haven't had any response from the chat. I feel like we're not coming out.
No, I had someone check the audio. We're definitely coming through.
There's something going on with military. I mean, I've shared the thing like 3 times. Of course, we've had a bunch of technical issues, but I think
Best I can tell, everything is up and running.
We need to get, when Jim finishes the match, I'll have him share it to the, maybe he can do it, share it to Blaine to go to the Biscuit Show page.
I can, absolutely, yes.
Say we think we got past our technical glitches for streaming music. We've had a lot of technical problems today. The internet at this place has given us trouble. We ended up getting a hold of installing a hotspot from one of our friends, and he just let us use up all kinds of data. Things aren't going very well for Derek right now. It's like kind of like he's having a nightmare right here. Maybe he's missing shots and he's selling out easy stuff. Pretty tough. Making everything. Watch it. You get hooked.
Slightly. Still going to be able to make that 3A. That looks pretty wired.
That last three just got a nuzzle behind the four ball. The cue should pull the four out of the way, but you never know. They can have that stuff here.
It's going to work just fine.
Well, I mean, can he hold him for a...
Even if he can't hold this, the angle's laying really well to go ahead and go 4 rails. Just go around the table and come back to the short side of the floor.
Yeah, just gotta not go too long here back and scratch for the 3 rails here.
Looks like that's what he elected to do.
Threatening it right now. Good shot. Well, he's gonna watch Dick straight. Well, he's gonna have to draw that and play short side on the 5. If he gets straight on that, you're in even more trouble.
Yep.
You have to
Do any angle at all. Looks like he's trying to play rail first here so we can come to the long side of the table. Nope. Looks like he just missed it. For a second there, I thought he was trying to play rail first to go straight up the table and be able to play the same pocket on the 5.
Yeah, that's asking a lot. I think he could have dropped halfway back to the rail and come out. Easier said than done, obviously. Okay, we doubled our views.
Yeah, it looks like people are starting to pick it up.
Give us some feedback in the chat if
It's a pretty good bank.
I'm not sure he was playing that.
Not really sure what I like here. Let's see what he comes up.
Mike, play this like you're trying to cut it aside. I can see what he's
Whoa! Not only did he fire down there, he nailed it, got good shape, and this rack just basically cleaned itself up.
Yeah. It'd be nice if this 6-ball was off the rail any amount whatsoever. It'd make it a lot easier to pocket with the outside. You'd like to pocket with a little bit of writing. Like, if it's frozen, that becomes a little bit.
I think he can still get past it, but it looks like he's loading up with a little bit of inside to come on
He's
this.
trying to really drag, spin this out like real soft. Oh,
Just like that. Yeah, inside English to come on the other side.
Okay, I was worried that he was going to flip this up while doing that.
And this is a pure speed shot here. You're coming against the angle of the nines. You really just want to make sure you nail the speed. Yeah, he's gotten a little fortunate with how the 7 lays on the end rail. I'm actually a big fan of a one rail kick from near the side pocket up here. If your attempt is to make it, I mean, realistically, I would much rather play some kind of safe. But if you do want to make this, I would prefer the one rail kick over the hit it with left hand spin.
I'm from the camp of it's almost always incorrect to kick a ball you can see.
Oh, I agree. I'd much rather hit this full and play it safe. I think that's the correct shot. Yeah.
And that's understandable. That was a risky shot. If you would have made that, your two ball wants to go in this upper pocket, lower left pocket.
All right, well, we're tied at 3. So we got a short race to 3 for this set.
Yeah, Jared got a fortunate little spin after missing that 7-ball, and Jim, I mean, that was a super difficult spot he was in. He's going to feel like he had an opportunity there, having 2 balls left in the ball game. Perfect understand how it happened. Safety start, everything up on top. That you're talking about where maybe you think about playing like kicks on this side, and it's kind of thing where you're instantly upset with yourself if you air that.
It's true. But I mean, you have the same thing where if you're trying to go rail first with spin and you miss it, you're just as mad, right? So I still think that both of those are the wrong shot. You should be looking for some kind of safety there because you can see the whole thing. But once you've resigned yourself to hitting it, my personal preference is to go with the 2.
Derek plays this tournament, the Danny Case Weekly tournament, pretty much just every Saturday. I don't know if he plays elsewhere or practices elsewhere. But
I've only seen him here. Yeah.
We talked about this a couple times earlier when we were stream was up, but like these tables, the rails kick and make much longer than almost every other table you encounter. So if you're not used to playing here a lot, trying to kick something like that
can be quite
you can
challenging.
hit that by a diamond and a half with ease. You know what I mean? It just makes you look terrible. But you have to be kind of used to these tables to try to take on stuff like that.
And I think he's going to be pulling out a jump cue. Does he jump? I don't see Derek jump too often, actually.
No, not too often. But I think he has he can make a hit rail force here. He might have to bend his ball.
He's going to be massively messy.
Whoa.
Wow, he bent that.
Yeah, I may have been
Too
correct.
much.
He needed a lot less bending. I don't know, he just had the cue elevated so high, it was surprising to me.
So I actually like the draw here. Shoot the 3 in the top left corner and draw back down for the 4 ball right between the 8 and 5. It's kind of a natural angle. You can, of course, follow this and do the same thing.
Yeah, well, I might set up closer to the center of the table and take that angle and come back draw like into the 5 or somewhere around, you know what I mean? This is a good shot.
Yep, it's going to work well.
Yeah, I mean, put the 5 in just a better position for himself.
A little bit easier to make.
You gotta put a little effort into not poking yourself here.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, he's mad, but
he did baby that one.
That could have wound up a lot worse. Yeah, he let up on that stroke. Like he kind of came out of that stroke. It's a real delicate shot. Getting it. So.
Really, the only shot here is just kind of thin this and go up table.
Cut this ball about 6 inches. And, whoa.
Is it going to go? No, it's going to hang up.
Up
He did make an issue with the 6-7. Yeah.
I go short rail first on this and try to run into the 6 ball here.
Immediately. Try and solve your problem immediately.
Yeah, if he would have been able to have that 6 ball, it would have been good. Now, what you got?
He can still draw straight back into it.
If he can go forward to the short rail and come back to where he is, his 6 might be able to be twisted into the pocket.
I actually like shooting the 6 in the top left corner if you're going to be following that ball.
Well, it's got an angle where it's coming into like half diamond on the short rail. I think like just a straight flow. Maybe had even more angle than I thought. Okay, now I like cutting the 6 into the 7 and running your cue ball around 2 rails to get it behind the 8 and 9. Oh, you're out.
I can spell your last name.
Laos. Watch this 9 ball coming to play. Oh, man. All right. Well, a little smooth stroke in the upper right hand corner. You should be able to hold your cue ball possibly for some sort of cut on the 7. Yeah, that's that right stroke.
That was the right shot.
And that's the tendency. You want your body wants to hit the ball as full as possible so you don't lose your cue ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to really kind of bear down mentally to cut that ball off because your cue ball doesn't really want to go where you need it to. So you got to hit it real smooth, real strokey.
It's a very similar shot to what we were just talking about. The 9 got in the way, but really that's the same exact mentality. You just want to get a nice smooth stroke on that.
This one here requires a big smooth stroke. I think that the right guy here is a real smooth low left.
Absolutely. You just want to miss the side pocket. Come on the short side and you're finished.
You got off the diamond half the side pocket and you're not hooking it. You got to make sure you don't scratch. The tendency here is to hit this ball full just like the last one, so you make sure you don't scratch cross side. Oh wow!
Wow! Gonna go ahead and play cross corner. That's a very unexpected shot, but it's very well executed.
Well, I think he was concerned about the scratch, and also that shot has a lot of two-way potential to it. Like if you miss that shot, it's very unlikely unless you just rattle that 7 and hang it in the corner that you're gonna sell out.
It was a little unfortunate to go so straight on the 8s. Now he just has to take a tough shot on the 9. But really, I think he's the favorite to make this ball.
Yeah.
Absolutely nailed it. Okay, well, Tarek pulls ahead 4-3.
Say rest in peace, buddy.
Okay, the 6 ball is a slight issue with that cluster, but looks like it has a pocket. Either of the bottom pockets it should be able to go. It's a good shot right there.
Okay.
Shape on this 4 has just become a little particular.
If he can lock this in, he can hold some shape on the side.
I think he can also give a little bit of draw, come down between the 5-7, and might have enough to make this in the top right-hand corner. Looks like that's what he's lining up for. He could also run into the 8. He could even kind of come. Yeah. He is not going to get rewarded for that.
It's not making the shot. It's difficult. He's going to be stretched out. Maybe this is like on the verge of needing an extension. I don't need an extension for this shot, but they keep all like just one down and pass the side. I'm pretty tall. I think I probably have 4 or 5 inches on Derek, so he still seems to be able to reach his shot really well. He's going to try to cut this on the upper low, I believe. It was a little bit of a tough shot. You got to try it.
Give a nice good look at his stroke.
Shot.
Absolutely. That was not easy to pull off.
This is funny.
I'm actually liking shooting this.
Funny, difficult.
I'm liking shooting this 5 in the side pocket. Go ahead and run the 6-9. Try and give yourself a shot here of some
If you
kind.
catch the 9 kind of on the left side as we're looking at it, that you run a risk of strat. He's going to straighten that ball, so you might be able to squeeze between the 6-7 and back up and still make this a lot lower than that. Oh no, he's playing in the pocket. I don't know.
Okay.
Great shot.
Could easily just have enough to make it from there. A little difficult to see from the camera.
Yeah, well, we had another camera angle from the side that we would have needed there, but we're having technical problems with it, and it's messing up our audio. So.
Good shot.
You can kind of see the change in Derek's demeanor too. Now that he's, the pressure's off a little bit. He's outrun the spot. He's outrun Jim's lead and taking the lead of his own, and now he's looking considerably more comfortable than he was a couple games ago. Oh,
Gotta be careful on that side. Oh no.
He's just, yeah, that's a good session. So yeah, Jim was getting out there too. So
Tied at 4. Short of the race, it's always a little bit more exciting too. There's so much more on the line with each game.
Always a bigger sense of comfort when you have more time to outrun a couple bad holes.
Exactly.
Recover.
You don't necessarily worry about the few mistakes here or unfortunate circumstances, but the set could be over at this point. Every mistake is potentially a set losing mistake. Speaking of set losing mistakes, yeah, with this 9 hanging in the corner here, this is going to be real rough. I don't know if he has room to put it behind there. And with the shape that you have to get on the 2-ball, frankly, I'm trying to make the 9. I'm running way down the table here. Absolutely.
It looks like the one must have the 3-ball.
Looks like it does.
Even still, I might consider playing the 1 in the other corner pocket. And then going after maybe a 2-9 combo.
The 2-9 is absolutely an option.
With the other angle. And, closer, in line with the 8-ball, take that cut and run your T-ball out.
And it looks like he's going to try and draw all the way back.
He's going to try to go into the, I think he's going to the 9-ball here. He's trying to hit the 9.
Oh, they're quite a lot
Look at
to
this
hit
shot.
there.
They're dead perfect.
Absolutely nailed it.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. One mistake means your opponent's on the hill. Jim's mistake was, you got a little excited and amp, the adrenaline up and launch the T-ball off the table on the break. Didn't get the 1-ball quite square. That was extremely costly. Is this a 1-loss side match?
I don't know. Let's go ahead and check it. This is on the 1-loss side, yes.
Yeah, so
Loser of this match is going home.
this is the end of some of the tournament. Okay. finishes to shoot at here. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I might try to do here.
In this case, I'm really just trying to get the cue ball down to this bottom end of the table. I'm not too concerned about what's going to happen.
If you can clip the right edge of this one ball without scratching it, maybe hit a cue ball behind the tree, but he obviously doesn't feel like he could do that.
He's going to get rewarded with the huge cluster of balls.
Excellent result here. So he's going to have to just probably go one. He's going.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try and go one rail, make it right inside is what he's aiming for
here. I don't love this because generally, like, that four ball's taking up a good portion of your margin of error to make a good hit.
It's very close. I want to say that was a foul. Yeah. It definitely looked to me that he was it. And I'm really liking another safety here. I'm really thinking he could just stop this ball, leave it frozen on the 7. That's the 5-8 in this bottom left corner.
Okay.
I actually like shooting this the other direction and freeze it behind the 7.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I agree that if you're going to play safe, that would probably be the way to go. I think
this has become significantly more difficult all of a sudden. The only real kick here is going to be past the 7, trying to go on the bottom of the side pocket and hit this 1. There isn't even there's no 2 railer. You can't come to the bottom of the table first.
We did some commentary on an action match last night where we kind of talked about this right here, the mental side of playing for a 3 foul to get yourself build is kind of advantageous in that it really frustrates your opponent.
Sorry.
If you can.
Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, darling.
If you're able to force an error out of your opponent that loses in the game, it's much more mentally taxing on him than it is if you just run the ball.
And we're about to find out right now if he's going to get the second, third foul of the match.
He's on to you. I'm sure Jim will tell you that. This is not a super difficult hit, but he's kicking.
And he's done it. Avoided the loss.
Okay, so now, see, this is kind of why I like going after that run out, possibly instead of the third foul. It's kind of difficult to 3 foul good players.
That pocket really loved that ball.
Yeah, it's tough to somewhere along the line that 5-8 cluster got. I wouldn't even say it got opened up because that was an easy combination. This becomes a little bit more difficult. So now he's gonna have to go forward, try to get around the 7 ball, go like 2, probably 3 rounds around the 7, and still play with the same. Actually, that is not the 8 ball. That's the 5-4.
That is the 5-4?
Yeah.
Well, it's got a good shape on the 4.
Change things pretty better. If you can see what.
Yeah, I think you can see the whole ball.
So he's going rail first here. You're going to want to just try to bank this up with a 6 ball tuck in against the 5.
Just like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, nice to see you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm a fan of actually just trying to play the 4 cross side here and kill your cue ball up near the 6. You should be able to get safe behind the 8. Use the 8 as a blocker.
Dead stop shot. You hit this hard enough to get that. Okay, so we get away with it probably. Try not to hit that 8 ball on this forward event across and then back with that same speed on the other side of the 6 and 8. Would have been a good shot. Nice shot. So he's fighting.
Defense is the way to do it.
Yeah, when you don't have an offensive shot. feel like if you have an opportunity to run out, the best defense is keeping your opponent in the chair. You know what I mean?
Well, it's true. If they never come to the table, they never have a chance to win,
they
right?
can do if they don't get out of their chair. If you, I kind of have a motto or whatever that if you allow your opponent to the table, whatever happens next, good or bad, is your fault. Oh, it's pretty good fortune right there. You uppercut that by a mile, dead perfect speed. So,
Well, there's not a whole lot of challenges left now. Your position here should be fairly straightforward. You can go between the 6-8 without an issue.
I think that's what I like. Maybe.
If you don't like that, you can always hit this with the outside and come between the 7-9. There's nothing wrong with that either. He opted to go between the 6-8. It's an unfortunate bump.
Raising that 6 is the.
If he gets another bump on the 5, then he's in okay shape. He did not. Ran right past it. It looks like the 5 passes the 9 into the top right-hand corner. That's what he's trying to shoot here. Great shot. Great shot.
You can do that and you try to put it there. Oh man, we got some buffering.
The internet is not being kind to us today. What can you do?
With a good roll.
No data. We are dead.
Is that a data warning?
I don't know. It's jokes. I don't have any way to get into it, so I don't know. I don't think we're completely dead. I think it's just kind of slowing down and coming back. So I guess we'll just assume it's going to be fine eventually. Keep going.
Yeah, that's the assumption.
Either that or it'll just stop entirely, and we can quit then. Another good one.
This is a awkward position right here. It's
The one rail
the
is
9
very
is,
prone to scratching.
Yeah, but then the 9 is kind of in the way of the other one rail, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe. There's a lot of scratch in this shot right here. Man.
I'm a big fan of trying to go 2 rails into this ball actually, and hit the bottom side of the 6. Yes, that's really the best way I think.
Ooh,
Got really lucky that ball stayed up, frankly. Oh, Jim really needed this opportunity. He's got a good layout now. All he's really got to do is focus on making this 6 and 7. There are really no challenges left. Come right back across the table. If you want to, you can even hit this with a little bit of high ball and go 2 rails and approach the 8 directly.
You got a really wow.
Absolutely perfect. Give yourself maybe a 2.5, 3 foot draw. And
yeah, this is where you need to just take a breath, get yourself settled down a little bit if you're feeling any heat.
Perfect. Maybe another foot would have been even better, but realistically, this is a shot that I'm favoring him to make.
Under these circumstances, there's some pressure on the shot.
Oh, wow.
That's the tendency to undercut balls where you're kind of feeling.
And I believe I missed a game. The Hill game. So it looks like that's going to be the end of that. Marked gaming correctly?
No, I think you're right. There's race to 6, right?
Yeah, race to 6.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
I
you might
just
have marked
I might have marked one of them backwards last time. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and throw up a.
periodically.
Go down.
Okay, what we're looking at is a tribute. This tournament is in longtime regular of this pool. Danny Gaines in Orange, California. He passed away last year, and he's well missed. The state has put up some added money for this tournament, along in conjunction with the owner Danny Gaines, Danny Tigerball, and we just want to thank both of those parties, Ron's wife Nancy and Danny, for putting on this players tournament for us and honoring longtime I want to say, I could be speaking out of school, but I want to say he was a BCA certified pool instructor. He wrote a few books about pool, and they just like to share knowledge with people about pool and help up-and-coming players just improve their ability, and we appreciate him for that, and he's going to be missed.
His wife made a statement before the tournament started that, his absolutely perfect day was coming down, playing a tournament on a Saturday, and just getting to come hang out with everybody. And that speaks volume to, if you knew him at all, that was painfully obvious to you, but really, that speaks volumes to just how much he loved pool and the community, and he really miss him. Okay, so this next game we've got Chad, I think you pronounce his name Felger, is how it's pronounced, and Abe Lim.
No, he's just using it. He's a Justin Bieber fan. He's a believer. No, I'm just kidding.
He's a believer. You know what? I don't know if that's how you say it, but it's how you say it now.
I would say believer. Something like he's a Filipino descent. Is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a Hispanic pronunciation.
I know that Chad plays a lot of three cushion. I think three cushion is actually one of his favorite games. So he in particular, he kind of has the stroke that's representative of a three cushion stroke. You see just big, massive shots come from him.
Well, he is quite a good pool player, actually. This would be an exciting match. Abe is the owner and operator. Well, our last match was James Stein, the owner and operator of Action Billiards Productions. Abe started the California Pool Action Vortex page on Facebook a few months ago, and it's grown in kind of a short period of time to, I want to say, over 350 members. He holds some challenge matches at his home table in the South Orange County. Generally, most Friday nights will have a pair of players over there battling it out for an undisclosed sum.
Pride points, we call it.
Yeah, we call it pride points, but these are action matches. And, amateur players, generally speaking, various skill levels, but it's a lot of fun for us. Mark and myself have done commentary over there on a couple of different occasions for a couple of matches.
It's a really good environment. It's a lot of fun.
We have a lot of fun with this. We're just here kind of yapping in your ear, and while we're watching here, just giving our thoughts. And, we enjoy it. Good way to spend a Saturday.
This is, I think, our way of giving back a little bit to the pool community too.
No, I don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
Well, I watch pool and yap about it.
I was doing it because I appreciate it, but to each their own, I guess. I think we're. Have you seen Abe? Are we just waiting for him to show up, and that's
what we're waiting a minute ago. Yeah, he's getting his stuff together at the site.
Okay, so we should have a match start momentarily here.
Yeah, getting stuff warmed up. Yeah, Abe's quite a good player, and he's so far in this tournament been feeling pretty sporty. So it'll be a good match. These guys both play, as you can see right there. These guys can both play quite well and help the match grow.
It's also worth noting that in a tournament of this size, a lot of times you're sitting down for 1, 2, 3, 4 hours in between a match.
You're only sitting for one. There's that three cushion ability you were talking about.
But yeah, these guys definitely want to get up and smack a couple of balls before their games because everyone is getting cold, and that is a huge challenge in this game to just get up and be in dead punch immediately. So
I showed up here at about 9:15 this morning, and I played 2 matches. If
right, yeah, we're talking it's 4:30 now, so
we have 112 players that signed up for this tournament and 16 tables on which to get going. So we're going to be here a little while. This is a 2-day event. This is go on through tomorrow afternoon, probably into the evening. I would assume. The hope is that we're going to whittle this down to the final
32 players today, I think, is what they're trying to get
24,
to.
but if it gets ridiculously late, probably accept 32, and then we'll start with the 32 players tomorrow morning, and try to get through this tournament. kind of shorten the normal races a little bit. A lot of times during the regular weekly tournaments, which is what this tournament is for, is the players that play in the weekly tournament, as we mentioned not too long ago. But, the races in the normal weekly evening tournaments or the Saturday Sunday tournaments are generally a little bit longer. You'll see races to 8, 7, and 8, generally speaking.
This is a little bit of a longer race, actually. Most of the races we've seen today are somewhere between 4 and 6.
We try to let a little bit like the higher rated players give themselves a little bit of time to overcome. If we have some of the lower rated players racing the 7, these matches could take well over an hour. It's not a criticism. It is what it is about the skill level.
But yeah, we do try and tailor it to make the thing run as streamlined as possible.
These two gentlemen here need fewer innings at the table to clear out than a lot of the players in the tournament. So Abe is rated at 16, Chaz is 15.
The highest rated player is what, 18, I believe? The
We have
highest rated?
4 players in this tournament that are rated at 18. I'm one of a few 17s, and these guys are 16s and 15. So these are in the kind of upper echelon of
Definitely like probably the top 5% of the field, I think.
for sure. So, once they clears out here for some practice strokes, they'll point and get underway. I'm going to take a 2-minute break.
Okay, sounds good. You know what? We'll go ahead and do the same thing. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, and we're back. It looks like they are right about to get underway. It appears that Abe won the flip. We do have a local rule here where they prefer racking the 2-ball in the back of the rack. And it's just to make sure you get a little bit of inconsistency with the breaks. Try and make the balls fly around a little bit more wild. So this is a handicap tournament. Chad's going to be getting one on the wire going to 7. And away we go.
I don't envy Abe and having to give up the game on the wire to Chad. Chad's a very dangerous player, and the first game in this match becomes pretty critical. And you don't want to be stuck 2-0 racing to 7 against Chad.
It makes a big difference, yeah.
The first game is pretty important.
And right away, I think he's going to be forced into a push here. That 2-6 is not necessarily an issue because the 2 goes so easily in the side. So realistically, I'm expecting to see a push down to the bottom right-hand side of the 9 ball on the bottom rail down there.
You have to be careful not to leave a shot on the one. If it has, I'd probably push straight up here and maybe some like what he's looking at here.
And there he's signaling the push. Interesting. So he's maybe he's trying to flip the 7 on the way down. Looks like he agreed with it. He wanted to push down to that area, leave less of a shot on the 1.
Yeah, I think legacy if there was a rewired billiard on the fly, that's exactly what Chad's looking for here. You can flip your cue ball on the swing button that line.
The good thing about that shot too is even if you don't make anything, you have some two-way potential getting the 1 ball to come back down, kind of near this bottom center diamond. So
I see it almost as a big into the lower right, or maybe even a little bit wider.
depends on how much he catches the 1. But either way, there is some two-way potential here if you don't make the 5 off the carom. He just tried to cut the whole thing. Okay. This is the opportunity Abe wanted with that push. That was exactly why he pushed down there.
Push out's always a real interesting decision.
You wanna give someone just enough that they can't make it, but you can. And how do you figure out what that line is? You know,
He generally plays for some sort of safety, but the 2 guys that are rated closely together, they all know the same safety. So when you push out, you have a plan in mind. Your opponent knows what you're up to and is capable of doing the same thing. So it becomes real tricky to push out to a strategically advantageous spot. I like stopping this ball right here, leaving this angle on the 4 balls and just push the ball in and go 2 rails out, just a little past the middle.
Usually like going 1 rail, maybe go forward and drift back out towards the middle. He did it with draw, but same thing. I like coming out a little bit. Here, yeah, it looks like he might have enough to go 2 rails back out to the middle. If he doesn't, you could always hold this with a little bit of inside and come straight back off the table. You have some choices.
About what I like to get right there. Right at the center or 6 inches past the center of the table would be ideal. So I think he's going to play the fixed side of the pocket. He's kind of a lot of right English and let his spin carry the cue ball 2 rails out from 7 and 9.
Right about where he's pointing is where you see he's hitting a little bit of draw here. That might have run a little long. Nope, it's going to get perfect.
Probably a couple inches past where he was shooting for, but it's still very manageable.
Goes to show though that when you get towards the upper ranks here, these guys are capable of just pointing to a spot on the table and putting the cue ball there. You know, there are some highly skilled players in this tournament.
Okay. Like I say, we got some good kind of where he plays short side with the 6 ball, which is fine.
If you just make this and drift back down towards the 8, you're almost guaranteed a shot.
That's probably kind of a function of the early part of the match, a little bit cold, been sitting for a while.
Let's see what Chad can do.
And it's not the easy shot. Chad has something along the lines of stop, almost stop. This is a little connected on. The trick is like the 7 to the 8, getting a good angle on the 8 where you can easily get to the 9 without really working your people on the 7.
He's done that quite well.
What if you've got an angle where you're cutting this over to the right? I don't hate going 3 rails around the 9 ball because you're coming kind of right into the line of your 8 ball.
I think I'm almost always hitting this with some right hand English and killing it. I really like that shot where you just keep the ball in the middle. Just like that. I'm a big fan of trying to move the cue ball as little as possible.
Yeah, back shot, you're coming across the line, the speed is super quick. Now you gotta draw, you're coming across the line of your 9 ball. This isn't super easy right here. As he, and the reason that happened is because he was so concerned about his speed. He was coming across the line with 9 ball and kept like coming close to the 9 ball. This means there's like a less than a 1 foot spot where you have a real nice shot with 9, and it's super touchy. So, kind of the secret to rotation pool is
Always want to be approaching your line whenever possible. It's absolutely
keep all running parallel, either into or directly away from your next shot, the line of your next shot into the pocket. That makes this game a lot easier. You have a lot more room for error.
Yep. You all of a sudden you end up with a, sometimes a 3 or a 4 foot line of position versus a 4 to 8 inch position or line of position, right?
Coming across the ball.
I don't care who you are. Most players can, if you give them a 4 foot swath on the table to hit, they're going to be just fine. Okay, he picks up the first game, which is really exactly what he wanted there. We have even race of 6.
When I say rotation pool, I think for the uninitiated, it just means that we get like 9 ball and 10 ball, where you have to hit the balls in numerical order. You have to play position on the specific ball mix. So that's
the concept does transition over to other games. So anytime you have a shot that you can approach the line or run away from the line, the concept still holds true. And not only that, but as you jump from game to game to game and you learn more, that's something you also want to focus on is core concepts in each game that do transition between all different games. And that's really kind of how you grow and develop as a player is learn what is strong in what games and put yourself in different situations and figure out how to apply those to the rest of your pool game.
Just slightly more critical when you're playing rotation because you don't
Sure.
have any options on the attack in terms of a specific ball, and you have
Sure.
to get position on that ball. No options. When you hit anything else, it's a foul. So.
Yes, those particular shots come up every shot.
Yeah. There's just really a handful of kind of standard types of shots. You run into the same, 5 or 6 types of shots over and over again playing this game. Once you get kind of comfortable with them, and you kind of develop a consistent and some of the steadier straight stroke, the shots become easier and easier.
In rotation, wow, that 9 almost just dumped right into the side. But in rotation games in particular, I think one of the core defining features of it is patterns play. Pattern play as well. And pattern play is not necessary and over and over again.
Every time you approach a shot, you almost always have a few options on how to play the shot, and there's almost always one most correct option for a high percentage.
Absolutely. Okay, I don't really see a whole lot of challenges here. I like him going 2 rails, a little bit of draw, and coming back to get shape on the 2. He did that. He got down a little further than he wanted, I think, and clipped that 5, but it's going to work out just fine.
I think he's going to have to try to cut this in the corner. Hope he misses the stick. I don't know if he can just kind of roll the ball and hold it. So I feel like he's going to have to come back across, bounce off where his hand is, and then back out.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I like seeing it hit a little bit harder with 2 rails, just like he did. And now this is a pretty routine shot, a little bit of low left, bring this back down to the middle of the table, and you're off to the races. That's some of the wait staff at Danny K's there. And somebody's lucky enough to have a nice ice, frosty beer heading their way.
It's not luck.
Is that how that works? This whole time I thought people were just getting lucky. I was trying to figure out how I could get so lucky. Same thing. I think you hit the nail on the head. He might be suffering from just not having a lot of time on the table recently. That's not a shot I particularly see him miss very often.
And he was, I guess, what you'd call kind of one of my road dogs. We travel out of state, usually to say Vegas for some tournaments here and there. We've gone to play some tournaments in Vegas, probably 4 or 5, maybe 6 different times together over the years. I've known him for several years. We've been pretty good friends. I know Chad pretty well. We have hung out closely. We play, we invite him to poker games and stuff like that. We don't hang out that much personally. We know him nearly as well as I know Abe. He's a nice guy. Nothing wrong with it, but I just have not had him know Abe.
You know, something else I've noticed about Chad over the years, he looks like he's lost close to 100 pounds, I would say. Maybe not, but he has lost a significant amount of weight, and I think it's been improving his pool game significantly too. He's always been a really good player, but he's been putting in a lot of work on that
I don't
front.
know if I ever called him heavy or overweight, but he did carry a little bit more meat on his bones a couple years back. He has lost a significant amount of weight.
Pool is one of those games where it doesn't really seem to affect the players too much with your body size, but there are a few situations where that is going to make it more difficult.
Yeah, until you just get real big, that's got to be problematic. Or if you have to shift your hips out of the way, if you have a big peanut to get your kind of belly out of the way or your stroke.
Changes your entire fundamentals. Yeah.
You see him right now focused on those mechanics. He's putting his back foot right on the line of the shot. You can see he's focused on it. He just kind of tells me
that's a really fortunate bump.
Really wants to do well. You can get distracted if if it's not super automatic to get your foot position right and all that stuff. I have a lot of mechanical issues myself, so I spend a considerable amount of time kind of thinking about how to play, which is probably not the best way to go. But
a pre-shot routine is very important in this game. Making sure that you approach every shot the same way, try and keep your practice strokes similar. Anything you can do to maintain consistency is incredibly valuable.
It's all about delivering the cue on a straight line. That's really consistent. That's the best player.
I'm really not happy with that.
Right? And game's out. If ever there was an attempt at a commentator's curse, this would be it right here.
I'll make sure to bring it up later afterwards if it does go south.
Now you really got him. Everybody asked, that was marked the score before the 9 ball.
Oh, I didn't hit the OK button. I was just prepping it. But I believed you. I also had faith in it.
Not that it couldn't happen, but it was
the odds are very small.
I've seen world champion caliber players miss shots easier than that 9 ball 8 shot. And the 8 ball. I think Johnny Archer missed a ball that was 8 inches away from the pocket straight in. It happens. It's very easy for things to go wrong in the game. I mean, when you think about it, you're sending a small round object at another round object and expecting it to fall into a spot that has less than a half inch of air.
Absolutely. And taking a shot for granted, especially those very simple, straightforward shots, that's really your biggest source of mistakes. It's just super small mental errors where you're just not focused all of a sudden. Take your eye off the ball. You listen to something else catches your eye, and all of a sudden you shoot 10 degrees to the left.
It takes almost nothing to make mistakes in this game.
It takes everything to do it all right. It takes nothing to screw it all up. That's true.
Particularly mentally, when the pressure's on, you want to do that.
There's at least 5 people watching you. It's very, very stressful.
So many ways for things to go wrong. There's getting friction between the balls. You got to keep the chalk on the cue ball. It can cause the skid, which is the balls sticking together for a split second as they run across each other, throwing a object ball offline. There's a million things that can go wrong in the game. So it is incredibly difficult to play. Cut gaming and Alex off shooting that shot in the background. That was a very good cut. He just made.
This camera over there. Are you using that camera? Oh, okay. The battery's at 36%. We're not using it at all.
Yeah, he has another pretty good opportunity. This one is showing up in the corner pocket. Totally expected to make that run.
Really only needs to come out about a foot. Maybe get on the second diamond would also be okay.
The 2 is up the rail, and 3 is off the rail. That makes that combination a little goofy. You got to hit this really well.
You definitely need to shoot the 2 away from the pocket, which makes that a little bit more
It's not
difficult.
automatic that you're going to end up with a good shot with a 2 or a 5 and have it interfering with your position. That's the position of 2. So.
It almost ends up being like a bank shot. You're almost like banking the 2 with a half diamond to try and make this 3 ball, and controlling the 2 after that becomes a little bit of an issue, just like that.
You can see, he just had this kind of leaving up the face.
Take what he gets, and it looks like he's gonna be able to at least see it. He's not completely hooked.
Right now, he's going to have to hit the side rail and see if he makes contact with the 2.
Eventually, there's a pretty good safety here. If he hits this with some inside English, goes rail first, he can send the 2 at the 9 ball, and the 2 ball should continue down towards the 7. The speed is a little bit tricky, but there is a really jam-up safe there. Oh, he's jumping at it. Okay. If he's able to stop or even come back at all, the 4 in the side is not a problem. And he did perfectly that. That was a great jump. Well, we're going to lose the audio for a second, but we absolutely can bring it up. So let's go ahead and show that.
There is a cut. Okay.
I just go there quickly, and then we'll bring it back because they can't hear us while we're doing this. Okay, so yeah, there is an angle for the floor.
It's going to be difficult to get your cue ball close to the 5 here. You should be able to get a cue ball out. You're going to have to shot the 5. It's not really going to be touchy. Your cue ball's going to rail.
The good news is you really only have to focus on making the 4. The position, as long as you don't hit this too hard, should be perfectly natural, and you can devote 100% of your attention to pocketing the ball.
This is one of the shots that when you're looking to slow roll a shot, particularly if you want to use a little bit of inside English, in this case that'd be left, you just watch the line quick and, okay.
I don't think you had to use any English on that one at all. A little bit of top due to the rail, but other than that, I don't think there was much else involved.
Yeah, he tells that perfect here. He can just go to the front rail and sit out between the 8 and 9 and that's pretty good. He can easily get back. Come around, find the third, keep on the net.
And just like any pool hall you go to, you gotta yield to the other players around you sometimes, and that's part of the game too. There are some distractions.
He's gonna have an angle on the 6 ball because the 8 is interfering with the cue ball path to end up straight in on this ball. I think unless he can check this up with some left English and try to come straight at it, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. It actually be hard for me to gauge.
The way he's aiming at it, I think you're right. He's gonna try and go between the 8-9 and give it a little bit of draw there. Yeah, just like that. It's a great shot.
Did really well.
No, that's the rate. It's 2 to 1. Hey.
First of all, we have to introduce this is Jamie Jude, the general manager of this establishment.
This is Jamie Jude. I tried to be the general manager here, but
This gentleman is hitting at least 3 balls in his life.
That one's dead. Use this one. Well, it's live. You were actually talking.
Anyway, while we got here, thanks for putting on the tournament.
We definitely appreciate you guys hosting this tournament a couple times a year. That's a good size pot. Yeah, 46.20 is a good number.
That did come through. We're talking a prize pool in the tournament of over $4,600. 4,500 running. The rest is entry fee. Entry fee is relatively low in this tournament. This is just to, do something for the players who kind of devote their weekends and their couple of weeknights to coming in here and playing this tournament. It's, Danny plays doing something nice for us. We appreciate it.
I think for any families, Scotty,
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. There will be another one of these money added tournaments in honor of Fernando Rivas, our all-time tournament director that we mentioned a few minutes back. So that's great. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, so it picks up the first 3 games here. Got a 3-1 scoreline.
Chad has given us a couple of characteristic opportunities. Well, Val is walking out to Thin Lizzy. The boys are back in town.
This is such a great song. This is really, I love this song so much. I would sing it, but I think I would drive away our 6 viewers and it would just ruin the entire stream. He's just making sure you got the rack right. Which, anytime you're racking with a wooden or plastic rack, the rack is prone to not being perfectly tight, so don't blame him there. That 9 in the bottom corner does not count. That's I learned today, a more common rule than I expected.
Yeah, and that's the reason for that is because you can manipulate the rack. When you're using a triangle as opposed to a template rack, the balls don't kind of lock into place, so you can kind of use your fingers and create gaps. So that's the reason that 9 ball was there is because there was a gap on one of the 2 balls that sit behind the 9 ball in the back. They were right up to the 9 ball, so you have a little space there on the break. That was like a little escape route for the 9 ball. You can leave right towards those pockets. The rule here is that the 9 ball do not count in the 2 foot pockets of the table, being one closest to the other looking. It counts on the break in all the other 4 pockets.
Wow, he's got a nice layout here. Getting from the 4 to the 5 seems like it's the only slightly tricky transition. I'm not surprised that came out the way it did, actually. I didn't think he was going to be able to put that much inside on that to get it to kill on that left rail so far. I'm thinking we're going to see a 1 rail shot from the left-hand rail on the 2 and end up with a 3 rail positional shot. Yep, just like this. If he clears the 4, he is not going to clear the 4. So, really, we might be seeing a similar shot to the one that we just saw, where he has to go rail first to get into the 3. It does open up nicely for the 4 if you make it, but it's significantly more challenging.
He might just have kind of line up like he was hoping to just get this 3 ball in.
I think he's measuring out the rail first a bit there. And he's pointing towards it.
No, I bet that other camera would probably do anything on this, but.
Well, we'll switch over to it for a second here. We are going to lose a little bit of sense. Nope, didn't get there. Although he is going to get pretty fortunate. And he was really fortunate with the result there. You can't see any part of that 3 ball. The 1 rail kick is available between the 3 and the 4. You could also do the 1 rail kick to the top rail. I actually like the top rail kick here because there's so much cluster down near the bottom that you have a pretty good chance.
Let's say you do that and that ball hits like the 5 in the face of the you gotta put some faith on that. If you run into any other ball in the table, it's gonna be awfully tough to hit a rail after the shot.
Trying to create the distance by going between the 3-4, however, does open you up to scratch into the side. Looks like he's going to opt to go that way. But, you know, there's some dangers to either shot. Either way, you have to hit the ball fairly hard.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put faith in that ball. This is very difficult to control.
I actually really like him to not only hit this, but get safe. Yeah, I think he's going to do pretty well. Not only did he hit it, he just made it full in the face. Like I said, I've seen Chad play a lot of 3-cushion, and I have a lot of faith in his kicking abilities.
Kind of a different ball here. I don't know if I'm gonna venture any guesses into what he's gonna do. I mean, he's probably gonna try to cut this for a ball, to the left. Where is he going to end up? I don't really know for sure.
Yeah, he created a bigger problem than he had originally with that 5-6. Obviously, that wasn't on purpose, but now he does have something else to work through. If he might be able to go. No, if you're going to hit this, I think you need to let it loose.
He overcut that. That might have been intentional.
It might have been. Now, I'm actually, with the way the 5 lays now, I'm really liking the bank even more because that 5, it makes that pocket so large.
Yeah, especially with that far off the rail, like I'd like to see that off the rail probably at least a half inch, maybe 3/4 inch to be real comfortable with their shot. Yeah, it looks pretty close to the rail from this angle, but hard to tell.
Didn't want to bank at all, just opted to play safe. Yeah, there's nothing we're going to do. There we go. Now it's picking back up.
We're still having connection issues, internet issues.
Yeah, we had to. It's just been buffering. It's a little bit behind now, but we've had to swap internet sources a few times, and we're making do with what we've got. We're tethered to someone's phone and doing the stream here, so looks like he might have hit that on his forward stroke. And
well, according to the new set of rules for this tournament, that would be a small man foul. We've been playing here for quite a long time. It's not a cue ball foul to do that, but now if you move that ball on your basically on your stroke or as you're hitting the ball, I think it's going to be a small man. Either way, this is close enough to ball man position for me. I feel like I'm good. I think we have to go full go around and try to get the cue ball out to where it is now.
I think he's got room to go ahead and draw this back behind.
I think I played ball first here with a lot of left and just try to go around that 7 and back out to the middle of the table.
You could do that too. If I was going to go around there, I might actually want to go a little bit rail first. Yeah.
I'd be worried about coming a little bit too deep in the center, clipping the 7 calling out.
It's possible. It's possible. This is one of those shots that you.
First, you might just hit the 7 straight, 2 balls right into the 7 rail.
This is definitely a shot where your personal preference is going to weigh in real heavy.
I would like to have a little bit more angle on this. To be cutting the ball a little bit more from here. This lays a little funny, but it's not easy to predict your cue ball. So you can make mistakes from here.
You know, the other option is he could just leave it right up there where the 5 is and play the 6 in the top right-hand corner pocket. You know,
yeah, he hit that.
Oh, that's going to work out well. It's not what he was trying, but it's going to work.
Right, but it's kind of what I'm talking about. The way Lane's playing, when you did that, with this ball first, they wanted to go right into the 7. If you hit rail first, they wanted to go like 2 rails into the 7.
Absolutely.
It was very comfortable.
Here we're looking at maybe a 2-foot draw stroke, and He's in good shape. Well,
Miscue.
that was the best miscue I've seen all day.
It's pretty fortunate. Now I predict he's going to take this 7-ball back to where it's kind of tucked in here about where the balls get wrapped and try to run the cue ball to the other end rail behind the 8, something like that.
Chad was just asking if it was still a good hit. Just relaying what the players are saying. I didn't see any problem with that hit.
Well, I mean, miscuing is one thing. It's weird because I understand the question because generally we accept miscues as part of the game. But if you were to intentionally try to jump by scooping under the ball,
It
like
would
that,
be an
it's
illegal
an
jump shot.
absolute foul.
Yes.
So it's a weird rule. It's almost like depends on your intention.
Okay, it's a little bit of a steep cut here, but if he pockets this 7, he's going to get shape on the 8. He might end up having to run this 3 or even 4 rails and hit it pretty hard, but it is definitely a thin cut. Yeah.
I don't think he's coming out. Soft rolls try to put the 9.
He was
cut at it.
definitely trying to cut it.
He cut it by a pretty significant amount.
And he's going to sell out.
Did not get away with it. Ted's struggling a little bit here today. Is what it is. It's how 9-ball goes. Sometimes the balls just kind of land funny all the time, and it makes it tough to get started. With run-outs. You're not playing your best. It doesn't help it, but that's all part of it. This game is incredibly frustrating at times.
That's going to work really well. It's good position, good speed.
Here's an example of what we talked about coming in the line of your shot. I fully expect Dave to kind of use his right English and go 2 rails, and he would be, his cue ball will be going right at the 9-ball.
Yep.
It would be shooting into the
Look at it to hit just above the side pocket. Oh wow, he really tried to hold that. I agree with you. I was expecting to hit a little bit of top right hand English, go 2 rails and approach the 9.
He kind of
Looked like he almost put some left on it as he striped it.
kind of demonstrated exactly what I was talking about when you don't play that high percentage pool. How you end up with different shots. This shot, he's a favorite to make this shot. This shot just landed a little bit tough. This is kind of like you call the 50-yard line where it's kind of the same shot to either quarter.
Either way,
there's no scratch. There's no scratch either way. You get this with a high ball, you can cut it either way. It's to your preference, but it's a missable high shot.
He strained it. Watch the corner. Watch the corner. Oh no.
So
well, Chad gets one back.
He's going to concede the game. That is not an automatic loss of the game for the kind of newer 9-ball fans. Technically,
you spot the 9-ball and give the
would
ball.
have been within his rights to ask him to spot that. But at this level of play, I mean, you're just wasting 30 seconds.
Looks like Chad's electing to take a 5-minute break here.
Okay.
Players are given 1 5-minute break per match to use as they see fit. All right, we'll be back in just a second. Okay, and we're back in action. Chad just went outside to have a quick smoke, clear his mind a little bit, come back, be fresh, be ready to go. Well, that was a dry break and didn't really leave an attractive shot. You've got a couple of options here. There's a few safes you could play. You could push here. I don't really see any kind of bank. He's checking out to see if it's frozen to the rail or
Not an
not.
offensive bank, but I could see a potential for banking this up, trying to bounce off and get the one ball around the 9, maybe tuck it in under the 6, and then you can try to
Yeah.
push your cue ball back down.
Yeah, there are a couple of really strong safeties you can play here. You know, another option is you might be able to just thin the 1 and send it behind the 4 ball. It's a little more touchy.
If you cut this up the rail, like a rail first shot, and does this go off the 4?
No, I think the 4 is a little bit below the side
He
bottom.
did exactly
He opted
what
for
I-
your shot
what I was-
exactly. Yes.
I mean, you didn't get the hook. There might be a billiard on the 6 ball.
The billiard's tough when you're on the rail, though.
Well, the thing about the billiard is that you're almost playing the hook yourself a bit. You know, what I mean, if you make the 6 ball, your cue ball's gonna just leak down and land on the rail, and possibly even tuck you behind the 3 ball. But we'll see. I mean, I don't think the billiard's the right shot.
I don't either. I actually would like to see him thin the 1 and try and put it on the 4 ball. Use the 8 as a blocker.
Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yep, that was exactly what he's trying.
He's safe, I
It's
think.
about
I mean, he may
half
have
ball,
left an
maybe,
8.
maybe an edge.
I think the 8 can probably hit this ball straight on, but it's not definitely not favorable. Might not even be hittable.
The kick is really strong here because just the way he's aiming it there, he might be able to play safe behind the 6 after the kick here. Getting the 1 to the bottom rail. If he hits it a little bit harder and sticks it, it's even better, but that's exactly what I'm seeing.
I mean,
6 is a big ball.
The only way that could have gone better is if that cue had melted a little bit closer to the 6, but you certainly can't ask for that or expect that. That was an excellent shot.
All right, the 1 rail kick and response is really the only option I'm seeing at all. And you really want to be hitting this 1 thinly. You want to be hitting it on the right-hand side of the 1 so that you can send your cue ball up the table.
If you catch the bottom of this 1 ball with some pace, there's
Way too much potential for the
scratch
scratch.
in this lower left corner is in play. Conceivably, I mean, it's not dead necessarily, but you just got to be aware of it.
He was able to stick it.
Yeah, I think that was a nice draw stroke. Unfortunately, he left to make a shot for 8. I wasn't sure. I think it looks like the 3 ball's next. Oh, the 2's up here by the side.
2 is over there near the 8.
Yeah.
So the whole rack opens up at this point.
This shot right here, well, the 3 to the 4, I guess, is 3, 4, 5 is this rack right here.
The 4-7 will go if you happen to get on the wrong side of the 4. So
There's options. You just have to
seems
get
like it's pretty negotiable.
for sure. You got to negotiate it. You got to get it done. There's definitely ways for that to go wrong.
Great speed.
Yeah. So he's gonna just kind of hit this ball as fat as he can, still making it, and then just draw his cue ball out towards the middle of the table. I'd actually like to draw a little bit past the center table so you have a natural 2 rail angle, maybe to get on the 4-7, because you can't obviously come down here and get on.
Yeah,
get
getting
under
the
3, so you're
getting
gonna
on the 7th side of the 4 is actually more challenging than anything else
for
here.
sure. Great. Well, he might have done himself to where he can get on the 7th side of the 4 with a nice draw stroke.
I think the draw might still lend him to the other side of the 4. I think we're going to be seeing a 4-7.
This was an interesting shot. The last time they tried to get draw stroke, he missed you and just didn't cross these things with your good at.
Perfect. It was way straighter than I expected, I'll tell you that much.
This is a little bit thin. I think it was just a straight, like a 12 o'clock on the cue ball. You kind of up the middle of the table, hold it stop and back out.
Yeah, I really like going up and down, hit the bottom real hard, and come back out to the middle. He could be just trying to spin this with a little bit of left and try and get the same angle, which looks like he's done very well.
Well, he's on the wrong side of the 5. Shape on the 6 is a little bit tough from here. This is at least super easy shape on the 6. He's overrun that a little bit. And again, I think that's a function that he chose a path where he was coming dead across the line of the next shot. If you draw a line from the 5 ball to that pocket, he's trying to play it in. The cue ball path is coming exactly perpendicular to that line. You want your cue ball to be going straight into that line, right at the 5 ball. So, I mean, the shot I was talking about wasn't exactly that, but
He was able to hold that just fine.
yeah, that was a real touchy shot. If you're trying to like stun, drag, drop, chisel that ball at inside angle, it's like that's how you hit a ball if you were trying to make it steal.
The more adjectives you put in front of that shot, the worse it's gonna get.
But he pulled off. Not expecting to get out from here. I think I'd probably just be trying to like twist this in or kind of slight little draw, low right draw and just set up for the 8 inside. You also can try to go inside the 8 and come back out to the 8 in the same pocket. But
No, I'm a fan of the little bit of low right. Just bring it back out to the middle. It's not complicated. It's a very routine shot. One you're going to see a ton of times. It's done exactly that.
This game is, well, should be essentially over. You did fully expect it. This is it. Not the match, but the game. Abe is going to take a 4-2 lead. It's a 7-8, 4-1 lead. When we report these matches get reported to the Fargo rating system, and even though there's a handicap in this tournament, you don't report the handicap when you report the Fargo.
Oh, I didn't know that, actually.
If Abe was to just win from here, the score would be 7-1, even though Chad has effectively 2 games. That first game was on the wire, and as a handicap, it does not count towards the Fargo score.
Is that just done in an effort to get everybody on Fargo that has been playing around here so that we can swap over that system?
It's just the true way to keep actual, because Fargo's based on the actual number of games you win against your opponent, and your opponent could be of any Fargo rating. It doesn't matter if it's similar to yours or not. Your Fargo moves depending on how many legitimate games you win against that player.
But isn't there a way to do the handicap system in Fargo? Doesn't it give you a race that's handicapped, or is it purely...
Yeah, they'll give you a race that's handicapped, but you're still just reporting the actual number of games you won.
Gotcha.
They're trying to make it fair, so, you know what I mean, so that the game should be close, but they don't report the handicap games to the system.
Gotcha.
That's how we try to keep it as accurate as possible. If you're getting 3 games here and there, you're kind of cheating the Fargo system a little bit in your favor.
Only report what you actually did. It makes a lot of sense. Watch outside pocket. Watch outside pocket.
Okay, so then you see Chad play a stop shot into the lower right corner, or the upper right corner. We're looking at it. That'll leave him straight in on the 2.
The 3 doesn't seem to go past the 6, so might be
looking to play the 3 off the 9 ball into that corner.
Could be playing it that way. Could also be trying to get short side on the 3. The position of the 4 doesn't really make that too bad of a shot. The position is a little bit tougher than you'd like.
If you come up short on that shot, like where you're heading the 3 to the right, your T-ball spinning back towards where that 6 is, position of the 4 becomes nearly impossible. I would play this off the 9 before I tried it, I think. I mean,
you don't like the 3-6 combo at all?
No, because I think the 6 is on the rail. After you make that combo, the 3 is going to lead to the short rail. And, I mean, if you're going to play it, you have to account for that.
The way I'm looking at this, though, is the 3 might actually just go ahead and run into the 9 after you play that combo. So if you can play some of a stop shot, you should be able to play the 3 in the same pocket.
Well, I think it depends on how hard. I think if you hit that ball hard, the three will step over and flip the nine. I think if you roll the three and it's going to leap forward and go down under the nine and put on the bottom rail.
He is definitely not playing for short side on the three, so he disagrees with my initial idea.
He should be rolling his ball, but I'm not sure where he's going. He must have a funny angle. Okay. Well, I think we're going to see a 3-6.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that 3-6 with the cue ball going back and forth, and I think we're going to have to. He's going to do exactly what we were talking about, run it into the nine afterwards and try and get some shade.
Or you might just be able to trickle it in real soft and then
Yep.
the three stayed put better than I thought it was going to, but
I think if he would have hit that a little bit more pure, the three would have moved a little bit more. I think it was just due to a little bit of an inaccuracy in the hit.
so he has really no shot here.
There's
I don't
a
think this is cuttable in the corner.
there is a bank, but that's a difficult bank.
I don't know. Maybe.
There's obviously a really good safety here. You can just put, lag the three down to the middle there and try and he played the bank.
And you see what he had to do to
Yeah, I had to hit it really hard and almost jump the three ball up off the rail to get that to go.
Great here. I'm pretty sure that this four passes the eight.
Yep. He's looking at the 5-9 right now to see how that looks.
You don't want to play the 5-9.
Of course not. If you can, you really want to just play the 5 up into the side.
Does the 4 go off the 8 into the side? But it's still the same.
It doesn't matter. The 5 is your issue, right?
Yeah. You may have to go. Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, he was trying to force that come all the way down and get the 5 in the top left corner.
Yeah. I mean, it was a tricky shot. He kind of had to do something along those lines in a favorite shot.
Yeah, the 5-9 was too difficult. The 5 in the side was a little unreasonable, so I don't fault the effort. He just didn't quite get there.
You have to hit it that kind of pace. That shot becomes about 3 times as hard.
That's a Matt Rossi for you all, ladies and gentlemen. So now we're right back to it, though, playing that 5 in the side. That's exactly what I was
We're going to have
talking
to get
about.
Matt Rossi one of those collars, like the invisible fence around your yard for your dog. You know,
So that as soon as he walks out of line,
okay.
And he's out here. I mean, he's just out.
This is pure.
I'm bet on it 99% of the time to get out with this pattern.
Not that I have a lot of interest in those, like, what's in the bag segments that you see on, some cool player interviews asking about their appointment. I just think I just happen to know that Abe is playing with, I believe that is an OB, but he's got a carbon fiber, an 8-inch carbon fiber extension on the back of it and a Q-Tech carbon fiber shaft.
Those are way too fancy for me. I've got a maple shaft.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, you'll see, I would guess that at least 75% of players in this room are playing with carbon fiber now.
It has become immensely popular. Getting those lower deflection shafts, I think it lowers the initial learning curve in this game a lot when you're trying to understand how the ball is moving a lot.
They just transfer energy through the cue ball a little bit better than wood. I mean, your stroke improves almost immediately.
It's debatable to say better. I think it's just different. I think you get less feedback from it, and frankly,
Different transfer energy. You get equal. If you just change shaft and did nothing else, I think you would be able to draw the ball better, spin the ball more. I just think that carbon fiber just puts more action on the cue ball.
fair enough.
A little bit. I mean,
The way I've always seen it is that I actually kind of see it the other way, that you can, using the deflection of a maple shaft, generate more of an angle than you can with a carbon fiber one, and you can actually play different shots that are kind of not possible. On the flip side of that, because you're adding more deflection, it makes certain shots even more difficult. So I really have always kind of viewed it as a trade-off, and I think that that trade-off comes into play more often with the carbon fiber on more regular shots. And the situations where the maple shaft is giving you an advantage are just fewer and far between. So I can see why they're significantly more popular. I've never really been able to adjust to them personally. I still like the
A lot
maple
of people feel the
shafts.
same way. At least 25% of people feel the same way, I guess I would say. But,
That's
one thing
perfectly
that's
fair.
an interesting fact about fiber is I think in last year's, I want to say it was the U.S. Open. I could be wrong. The World Championship, the U.S. Open, the final 4 players or final 5 players like that in that tournament were all playing with wood shaft.
Yeah,
It's an interesting fact. A lot of people don't really believe in the carbon fiber, but
I believe it was a trend for a while because there was such a huge advantage. But the more players are getting used to that carbon fiber and the more they're learning the nuances of that, the more they're going back to the wood because at a certain point, your stroke will just make up for the extra that the carbon fiber gives you.
yeah, I think there might be a little bit of loss of competitive feel or something like you were saying, maybe the feedback to the player is less carbon fiber. Okay, but interesting. I don't know if I'm qualified to describe all the nuances of it anyway, but for my own personal experience when I was playing carbon fiber, I was already playing with the Predator low deflection shaft, so it wasn't a huge adjustment, but I feel like everything immediately just got a little bit better when I switched to carbon fiber.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment.
My accuracy improved a little bit, and I've also been putting in a decent amount of practice in my game and working to improve my fundamentals and my delivery. My stroke is straightened out a little bit the last couple of years. So,
At the end of the day, I think it's nice to see options. You know,
it's a really interesting way to play. If you're used to playing, like you just go buy an off-the-shelf cue with a normal wood shaft, a non-low deflection shaft. If you're putting, when you say deflection, we're talking about the kind of the width of the shaft as you make contact with anything but the center
more
of a round
specifically,
ball.
I would like to say that the vibration that is coming down the shaft is a different vibrational
If you
pattern with the
imagine
carbon
you're
fiber.
pressing a key ball and you're hitting it either left or right of center, if you hit it slow motion, when you hit the edge of that ball, your shaft bends slightly and then straightens out, whipping the ball to one side or the other.
Not only does the shaft bend, the tip will actually clamp off of that slightly differently, and that bend and that vibration accentuates the amount the tip is actually going to come off of the ball.
So that action that we're describing throws the cue ball off the line of your aiming slightly. So when you play with your shaft, you have to compensate for that in your aim. You have to aim a little bit to miss the ball with a wood shaft. So when you switch to low deflection, the less deflection you have, the less you have to do that compensation. So like with these corners of hammer shaft, you can put a bunch of aim up in the ball and you're still just aiming straight at your contact point, which to me, you don't have to adjust for that compensation. That compensation changes if you let up or increase the speed of that shot by hitting one dial it out, or you have to compensate a different amount for it. And the carbon fiber kind of takes all that away, where almost no matter how hard you hit it, you're just aiming straight at your contact point, but obviously makes consistency improve.
And that's why I phrase this whole discussion. I've had it multiple times with many people as it simply lowers the learning curve. It flattens that curve out a little bit. And it lets you naturally kind of learn those positions and learn those situations where it is both helpful and detrimental. But either way, I think it's really great to see that the sport of pool is giving some more options that we've never really had before. 20 years ago, a carbon fiber shaft would have been laughed at. You know, the technology wasn't there, so it's great to see those kinds of things.
Like for instance, in the snooker world, I don't think I've seen anybody in the snooker playing. They're still playing with half cues in the snooker. I love watching snooker game, but they tend to be more purist. They don't adopt the gimmick as quickly as the say American Blue would or something like
Sure,
that.
sure.
They like being historically. What's the word I'm looking for? Sticking to
Traditional?
Tradition, yeah, sticking to their traditions. And they're more stuck in and it's not wrong. You know, that's
If it works, I think that right. If it works, why change it?
snooker's a great game. And that's what
Talk about a high skill cap game, snooker.
it is mind-boggling how accurately snooker players pocket balls. I mean, to say that these tables here, I'm not speaking any beginners into a pool, whatever. This table we're looking at 4.5 feet wide by 9 feet long. Playing circle roughly 4.5 by 9. The circle table is 6 foot wide by 12 feet long. And these guys, I mean, it may not sound like a massive difference, but that table looks like a soccer field when we're playing on it. It's absolutely humongous. And the pockets are smaller. The corners of the pockets
The
are
balls
not
are
like
smaller. Everything.
You can't pocket balls. At least not very. You have to hit the ball incredibly accurately if you're shooting down the rail. If you're coming up in the middle of the table, the ball will the pockets will accept that. But man, the pockets are small. The balls are smaller. I think the balls are 2 inches as opposed to 2 and 1/4. Like that.
I don't know the dimensions actually.
They're smaller. Balls. The balls are smaller.
So meanwhile, back to this game.
They've just got an incredibly unfortunate role there. They can call him not very looking. He put his hand up in apology. That was a little lame. Like, when you cut somebody off in traffic, oh, my bad.
I think it's a little bit of a different wave you get back when you cut someone off in traffic, though. I've never seen a pool player give you a wave back with this one. Sure. So we're absolutely. For anybody interested, there will be a normal tournament tomorrow, and we're trying to whittle this down to the last between 24 and 32 players. But we will be running the finals of this tournament and the normal Sunday tournament tomorrow, which starts at noon.
What's the move here? Do you play this? Is there a chance you play this with a bunch of left English? Let it hit long rail, short rail, and check up between the. Is that the 4 and the
If
9?
I was going to play this with left, I would actually want to play it with some bottom left so that you don't run towards the bottom pocket there. I like the draw to pull it away from the bottom pocket.
Hit the inside of the pocket with kind of a high ball and just go right like that second time. So like then check up. No, he went at.
It's going to work out really well. I guess we don't have to speculate anymore. We know exactly how that ball plays.
I think that was a little bit fortunate. I don't know if that's what he's doing. But we'll take it.
This has definitely been the longest game of this set, too. They have been safety and back and forth. This has been one heck of a fight, which is great to see. You know, it's nice to have a little bit of a higher caliber game where the guys are going back and forth. Safety after safety after safety.
I just got called to play in that match, so.
Well,
I'm
good
gonna
luck.
Step out, thank you. Jim Stein step in.
Yeah, I'll be right
All
there.
right, awesome. We're gonna get joined by Jim. So he's on kind of the wrong side of the floor here. I'm expecting to see just a stop shot. Just to kind of take his medicine on the 5 and take what he can get. It's going to be a little bit of a thin cut on the 5. But with the 7 in the middle of the table, he can hit this hard. He can run 2 rails to get shape in the bottom right if he really needs to. However he really wants to hit this is fine. Personally, I'm expecting him to just hit this with almost no English, come straight up to it right about where he was just pointing on the table, and just play the 7 on the side.
Yeah. Well, Scott's playing 7 on the side to get the shape, so you don't have to drop back, I don't think. Yeah, even if he puts a little inside on it too, he can play off the rail a little bit, slow it down to get it up.
Just like that. Speed was actually really well done too. Obviously doesn't want to be on the rail, but realistically, that's not going to hamper this shot too much. He can roll forward, play the 8 in the top right pocket, give himself a nice little 2-3 foot draw stroke for the 9, and he's on his way. Did you end up losing too?
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
out for now?
I'm out.
The tournament's lost a good one.
I wore the rails out, put it that way. You're gonna have to change the rails on 2 tables.
All right. Just like that. Again, drifted, I think, a little further than he wanted.
Well, I would have probably put a little more speed on it to come off the rail.
That is definitely an option. You could have ended up hitting that ball 2 rails, come back out more towards the middle, and had a better shot at it. He's not necessarily in trouble here, though. He should be okay. There's no real risk of a scratch in the side. You know, nice, smooth draw stroke. You only need about 1.5 feet on this one, and you're in great shape. 2 feet will get you perfectly straight.
No, you just.
Oh, he'd elected to actually go forward with that instead. Wow. He actually overrun it. That's pretty impressive.
I probably would have went that way too. Actually, when I was on the table a minute ago, that's a couple of my shots were that way because I don't like drawing back that far, so just smash it and get it off that end rail.
And we were talking about this earlier, but these shots where the object ball is more or less in the middle of the table, these are not too challenging. You're going to see this shot hundreds and hundreds of times. Yeah. Even though he's on the rail, he's still
he has to put a little inside to make it scratch. If he just hits it natural, it should be okay.
He's still, I think, a favorite to make this ball. I'm giving him at least an 8.5 out of 10 to be pocketing this ball.
Really?
Oh, and this is the 1 to 1.5 times that doesn't work.
Not laughing at the shot. We're laughing at the predictions. We love making predictions. Damien, if you look at that second table, Damien's getting ready to win this match. Oh, he missed it.
Did he?
Martin makes it.
Are they hill
Damien's
over
out.
there?
Yeah, they're hill.
Oh, no.
He missed that. Hill. The table above.
I mean, congrats to Martin. But, all right, let's see what Chad does here. He did not hit that. I was expecting, if you were going to bank that, to really just fire that ball and hit it quite hard.
Oh. Martin almost whacked that one into the rail.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So how do you watch the live stream? Like this?
Oh.
All right. Well, how do you like hitting this? I'm a big fan of just hitting this with some low right, hitting that top left corner pocket.
Yeah, I prefer the backwards cut. I don't know why. I just feel more comfortable with it.
Drained it.
But he
Absolutely
drained that one.
drained
Pretty
it.
good shot.
All right.
That was
Well,
a really
Abe
good
gets
shot.
himself to the hill. Chad has only gotten one game so far. He's got to be a little frustrated with this one. He really needs to kind of pull off a minor miracle to come back and have a chance of winning this set. That's it.
We need to fix that. I'll bring my other mic. Well,
All right. Well, that was a really great break, actually. Had a good spread. It's a little unfortunate that he didn't get the ball on the break.
he's gonna have to just like suck this back a little bit and come off the rails to get on that three. Unless he wants to play it soft and just roll with the short side.
He's got some options. Yeah, I like that shot as well. Hitting in the top right pocket with a little bit of draw. You can get it either way. You can go short side of the three. You can go long side of the three. As long as you don't run into it, you're really not going to have too bad of an outcome here.
He's putting a little bit of right on it. He's gonna play off the rail.
That's a good shot. He was really expecting, I think, to hit the
on the
long
table?
rail first. Oh, did we both completely miss the two?
I guess
It
so.
looks like both of us are
That
blind.
was a good shot.
And
Okay.
so perfect. Now he's still looking to play the two in the same top right corner. Oh no, not only did he miss it, he's going on the stretch.
He didn't want to do that.
Yeah, giving Abe ball him at this point it's going to be really,
He
really
won't go for the
rough.
9 ball unless that 2 ball goes.
With that cluster in the bottom left, I would not be surprised because there's a great two-way shot
Yeah.
here. You can shoot the 2-9 and you can roll up behind that. I want to say that's the 4 ball right there. So this is there's really, really high potential for a lot of good things to happen here. Trying to put that floor past the 5 and the 6 is going to be a big issue. And he's lining it up. That is absolutely what he's taking a look
I
at
would
here.
too. I would too. And
Yeah, I think this is the right
he can roll it.
choice.
If he misses, roll it up behind that 4 ball.
You could even roll this between the 5 and the 6 too. There's no reason you have to stop for the 4. Really, you're just kind of looking to put it behind any of the cluster.
Yeah, sure. You got it.
Just that. He didn't get it, but
that's a great shot.
he might be frozen on that 6. Either way, it's a great hit. Now, the problem with this
He's got
is,
a kick.
well, one rail kick, with that 9 hanging in the pocket there, becomes a real liability. You don't need to make great contact with this 2 in order to make this ball. And there's really nothing in the way here. So I really expect to see a 1 rail kick to the top of the table for Chad here. I mentioned it
I'd be surprised
earlier.
if he doesn't.
I mentioned it earlier, but he plays a lot of 3-cushion billiards too. And I've personally had some seen him make some really impressive kick shots. So I'm not expecting much else.
Sizing it up here.
All right, let's see how he goes. Oh, he's gone long and absolutely just given up on him. He just concedes the game. That is going to be the end of that. Okay. As soon as we get the next match posted, I will be right back, and we're going to go ahead and run an ad for the Biscuit Show. Mute this. All right, so our next race, we got Doug Bird versus Elisa Stein. And this is an even race to 7.
No.
No, it looks like I have
6 to
the
4.
bracket. Oh, okay, this was posted wrong in the bracket. Let me fix this really quickly. So it looks like Lisa's going to be getting 2 games here. And this race is going to 6. Sorry about that, guys. Let me get that adjusted really quickly.
Uh, 3 hours and 42 minutes. That's what he said.
Okay, there we go. I got the race is adjusted
Oh.
now. So we're playing a 6 to 4 race. Lisa's getting 2 games going to 6. Well, immediately we've got all kinds of clusters and nonsense going on here. It's looking like the 2 is down next to the 8 here. I'm expecting Doug to go ahead and try and bank at this ball. He did. It's not much of an outcome there. He's going to hang out in the pocket, and Lisa's coming to the table. I mean, this rack's got all kinds of issues. There's not really any kind of way you can be getting safe on the 2 ball here. So I would realistically expect her to be just trying to make the 2. There is an outside chance you could kind of go towards the 9, but I think the best option here is actually just to try and play this 3-9 combination. If she can get out towards the middle of the table, she might have enough to make the 3. And if she can't, you might even be able to play the 3-9 billiard. Looks like she's lining up for the combination. A little difficult to see how much of the ball she can hit, but based on where she left it, I'm going to assume that 3-9 combination plays. There's kind of nothing to worry about here with so many problems on the table, so really you just want to focus purely on making this ball. Let's see how she does. Oh, unfortunate. Well, she's opened up the table a little bit, but we still got a pretty big problem on the 7 to the 8. So let's see what Doug comes up with here. It's got a really natural shape to get from the 3 to the 4. All you really have to do is pocket the 3. You're going to come back out to the middle of the table here. Just like that. And now you're kind of in the same boat. Getting from the 4 to the 5 is fairly natural. You might want to put maybe a pair of inside English on this so that you can get up the table and get towards the middle. You don't want to leave yourself really long. You want to make sure that you actually get out towards the middle of the table entirely, get even with the side pockets. But that's really the only risk you run here.
I may be a little biased in this, so don't mind me.
You might have some skin in the game on this one, huh?
Yeah.
For those of you who didn't put it together, this is Jim's wife that's playing it here against Doug. Do you go by Jim? Do you go by James? I know it says James Stein, but I've always
Steiny.
just Steiny. You just
No.
don't even avoid the first name altogether.
No, I don't care.
Okay. Oh wow, he really let that one.
He's gonna get good. He's
Yeah,
gonna get good.
looks like he's gonna get a little bit of a lucky break there and get behind the 6. You still have a massive problem with this 7-8. Even if you can hit this 5, it's a bit of an issue.
I know.
So realistically, we're only looking at a two-rail kick to try and get down on this 5. You can hit this 1 rail, but it's, I think, a little bit safer to come in behind the 5. Gives you a little bit of a bigger angle to hit. But I really think she's got to be hitting this below the side pocket. Yeah. When she hit it above there, it's a big risk. That's the last thing you want to do is open up the 7-8. So
They kept the 7 pretty tough too.
she was a little lucky that that ball didn't open up at all. Yeah. So let's see how he decides to attack this 7 and 8 cluster. It looks like here he's just trying to play shape on the 6. I actually think there's a pretty good chance to just run into the 7 ball now, run into the 7 or the 8, put a little bit of high English on this and try and solve your issue immediately. What you might even want to do is play the other side, play the 5 into the top right, and run into them a little bit more naturally. But let's see what he tries. That's what he's done.
It's a great shot.
He was absolutely giving it a try, trying to run that. It was the right shot. He's not lost entirely. You can easily just go ahead and put a decent sized draw stroke on this. Maybe even go rail first and try and run into this 7 ball. But see how he does.
I think he's going to try to draw back.
Just like that. Put a little bit too much left on
He'll probably play safe. He may play this to 3-row safe and stick it behind the 8, maybe, or he may just go for it and try to hold it in the.
Yeah, if you wanted to stick this, you have to hit it with basically no English and let the cue ball just naturally drift forward. You definitely can't play a stop shot, no bottom English on this at all. The bank is open there too.
I think he's going to play the long side of the 8. I don't know if he'll play the short. Let's see here. He's got to drift it up. No, he's going to play safe.
Okay, that's also perfectly respectable too. Yeah.
That's probably a good play.
Here you have a nice little touch safety. Just if you hit the 7 really, really soft, you can actually get the cue ball to stick behind the 8 ball. That is a really touchy shot. The speed is a little difficult to gauge. She can always do the exact same thing that Doug just did, though.
Yeah.
Thin the 7 and replay the same shot. So let's see what she opted to bank it.
She got good.
Opted to bank it, and absolutely great. Yeah. The 8 is a little
fortuitous there.
The 8 is a little bit of a big ball. You do have to be, cognizant of that when you're trying to. Yeah, the 7. 7 is even bigger, but if you do one rail kick this, yeah, you have to worry a little bit about the 8. Let's see what he goes for. Now that I'm looking at this again, I take it back. I don't think the 8's going to even get remotely to play. I do not like this though. I think this is absolutely the wrong way to approach this 7. Yeah, that 9 is a gigantic ball, and he's going to give a ball in hand. In these short races, having a lead of 2 games is a huge cushion. So if Lisa can get out here, I mean, she's halfway home.
Yeah. He's going to try to drift this up. Probably, he loves the draw shot. So he's probably going to suck it up there, light it up, or maybe just.
Yep, that's pretty much perfect. She's on the correct side of the 8. All you really have to do is make this 8 ball to drift forward about a foot, have perfect shape on the 9. Just like that. Very well struck. Perfect. All right, game 1 goes to Lisa. Okay, once again, they did request that we rack the 2 in the bottom position. Try and make sure we get a little bit more variance here. Trying to avoid any kind of pattern racking. Made a wing ball on the break. And looks like she's going to have good shape on the one. She's on the correct side of the one, so I think she should be able to scoot this just north of the side pocket that she pockets the one in, and drift up table towards the two. Hard to say which side she can play for, whether she's going to drift up towards that top right pocket or get over to the left. Sits kind of in the middle, so let's see which way she goes. Really, you could shoot this either way. She decided to go for neither. Was a little too concerned about making it the side, so she's just taking a tough cut on the two. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I don't think this ball is going to be cut at all. I'm expecting her to actually play this two back down between the 9 and the 8. Oh, she double kissed it. I would have liked to see that ball struck a little bit more firmly and try and get some separation with the two ball on the bottom of the table.
That 7 doesn't go through the 8, so that's going to be a problem again. Just like the last game.
The 7-8 cluster is in basically the same place it was last game, so we'll see how that gets negotiated. He definitely took an attempt at solving the problem early, which is really what you want to do in rotation games. Let's see if he tries it again. That pocket just decided to vomit that ball back out. So here I really like shooting the 2 down towards the 8 ball and actually trying to hook this behind the 5. You need to put a little bit of top right hand English on this.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to get between those balls up here, though.
Just like that. Oh, she opted to go a little wider out. That's perfectly fine. Using the 5 as a blocker, whichever way you go, is the right decision.
He's kicking no matter what. Unless it got past there, he can get a piece of it. I don't know.
Even if he can see a small piece of the 2, I don't think he's going to have enough to make it. And if he does elect to hit it that way, the 2 is coming back out towards the middle of the table. I really don't like trying to hit that thin part of the 2 ball there.
Yeah, and it's possible to scratch too.
Absolutely. The only way that could work is if you hit the 2 ball hard enough.
What a hit. That's a great hit.
It's a good hit.
Super good hit.
He's left the side pocket again.
He's going to let her mess with that 7. No, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Keep punting until...
I still think he was just happy to hit that ball, frankly.
Yeah, no, you're right about that.
A little unfortunate there. I would have liked to see some top hand spin on that. Oh, am I completely wrong that she's playing the 4 on the bottom this whole time? I've been staring at the 5 and didn't even notice the 4. I'm glad I'm not playing in this tournament. I can't even see the ball straight when I'm sitting over here and have one job. I can't imagine what would be happening if I was playing.
I was wondering, I thought you were like, maybe he wanted to come off the red. You were not? Yeah. So that's got it.
Oh, look at this. What an absolutely great result.
That's a great shot.
She was just doing her best to run into that cluster and had a really fortunate outcome.
He's going to have to, he doesn't like follow, so I mean,
unfortunately, there's just not a whole lot of angle to do much besides try and follow and go 2 rails up and come back down towards the middle here.
It's a little dangerous putting the low on this because you missed it, you can pull it back in that pocket.
Any sort of draw is asking for a scratch here. Yeah, it's very dangerous. And frankly, not putting any kind of spin on this and leaving it there is, I think, even more difficult than making the shot with a lot of follow. So let's see what she comes up with. Wow, she had enough room to draw that back down. I'm really surprised. I really thought that any sort of draw was dumping that in the side pocket. It's a great shot.
and state.
Good shot.
9.
It's a great out for Lisa, and
Oh, my daughter won.
a 4-6 lead is, excuse me, a 4-0 lead going to 6 is really, really tough to come back from. I don't care who you are. That is a
monster
big
out.
lead.
It was a monster out.
This is
Right. Long time no see. How are you? Okay, sorry for the pause there. We got people coming out, hanging out in the booth with us. It was actually a pretty good draw shot considering how far stretched out he was there. And I'm not really seeing any major issues here. Position on the 7 is fairly natural. If you make the 6 ball, you pretty much should be guaranteed getting that shape to the 7. And the 7 to the 8 is not necessarily too big of a problem. Well, he dogged the 6. There's really no way to sharpen that up. You're kind of in the same boat here. As long as you're making the 6, you should be able to get good shape on the 7. You can go 2 rails. It's really the exact same path, just a slightly different ball. If you don't like the draw here, you can always put a little bit of top, but that gets really difficult if you're trying to get down the table. That's exactly how I would expect the ball to be hit. She hit it a little soft, though. I would have liked to see another 3 feet on that ball. That came really short. We're just going to make this significantly more difficult cut than it needed to be.
I like a little bit of high English to keep the angle out of it. But it is definitely makeable.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You could have a pretty good.
It's a good shot. And how is this going to lay afterwards? Let's find out. Yeah, it's just fine. You know, a little bit of a draw shot here, and essentially just want to stop it. Maybe even come back to right where she is. You're in great shape. It looks really straight in the side, so just focus on making this ball, and might be seeing her run away with the set. Oh,
Yeah,
kind of looked like she poked at that a little bit. Yeah. The stroke was not very smooth.
Throwing it in the side pocket like that is never an easy pass.
Absolutely.
With low, you're going to ping or pinball it on those 2 rails. It's really tough.
And so here, I actually like playing the save here. The cut on this 8 is so severe that realistically, I would like to see him just hit the left side of the 8 and bring it down right near where the 9 ball is. You can use a little bit of high right to be able to kill this ball and keep it on that top rail. If you don't like going that way, you can always kick it and stick it too. There's no reason you can't come to the right side of the 8, come in behind it, and send it down towards the 9 also. That is an even simpler version of that save, yeah. If that ball freezes on the reel, it gets significantly more difficult to bank it in either direction. So it looks like he's done that. Let's see what her response is. Trying to just hit that nice and soft. And that's going to lay really well. Without the scratch, you're in really good shape here. Whew. She's really glad she didn't make that ball, I guarantee you.
Wow, that was lucky.
So here I'm also liking the save too.
Yeah, if he can, I don't know if he can flip on the corner.
I don't think it's that deep into the pocket there. I think he's going to have an angle out of it.
I think the corner's got.
Yeah, you think the corner might have? It's a little difficult to see on the camera, but just took a look. So, if so, the 1 rail kick is always available. You want to hit this about a half diamond in front of the side pocket because these tables run a little bit long. Oh, just like that. But didn't put any running English on that. As a result, that didn't kind of get far enough. is a pretty normal out. I really don't like being this straight on this ball. I really want to give yourself some angle here. And she got okay. She got okay here. She was able to generate enough angle to.
Came up a little short on that one.
Yeah, a little short, but she's still gonna be fine.
Yeah.
She's got enough of it to make this 9 pretty comfortably. Just bear down, make the ball.
Too hard. Load it down.
Just like that. Looks like she's gonna take a 5-0 lead, going to 6. This game has potential to be the fastest one we've seen on this stream. Is this still the winner side of the tournament?
No, this is loser
It's
side.
the one lost side?
Yep,
Okay.
one lost side. It's the loser side. It's
Everybody-
the loser side.
It's fair.
It's the loser side. At least they're
You
still
haven't
in.
entirely lost yet, but
Right.
oh, that one was going straight towards the side there. And she's still gonna take this 5-6. It looks like it's a bit of a cluster, but realistically, that 5's got 3 different pockets that it goes in, maybe even 4. So I wouldn't really even call that a cluster. As long as she gets somewhat relatively good shape on the 3, this is a pretty good layout. Just like that. Really no problem. I'm expecting a stop shot right here in the 3. Play the 4 in the top left corner, play the 5 in the side, draw out, play the 6 in the bottom left. This whole rack just comes right together. It's mostly stop shots.
Yeah.
So as long as she can keep herself in line, this should be the end of this set. Looks like she's queuing with a bunch of inside here. I'm not a fan of that at all. She's gonna get a little rewarded for it. Yeah, it absolutely plays in the past the 9 ball there. Just again making this a little bit more difficult than it had to. I really preferred the stop shot and play the 4 in the top left corner. Wow, the way she's aiming at this, is she trying to cut this in the bottom right? Maybe it doesn't go past the 9. What a shot. What a shot. Got a good kiss off the 8 there and everything. Wow, it just falls right into line. Now, the 5-6 is a little tricky here.
Yeah. It's going to be a slow roll and take a chance of not catching a rail.
Yeah, it's a little hard to predict how this is going to come off the 6. And that's exactly what you're worried about. That it's difficult to know where that's going to go.
Yeah.
Well, this is the opportunity Doug needs.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he really, really, really has to get out. This is a must-win situation.
Yeah, he can't afford to miss that. And I don't think he will. He's perfectly capable of it.
Even after this, it's a huge uphill battle. So.
Yeah.
There's really no problem here at all.
He just needs to make sure he gets it out.
You can do this either way. Do you like playing these with inside and coming out, or do you like the outside?
I like inside high coming off the rail.
Yeah, I prefer that too, I think.
I feel like I have a little more control.
Just like that.
Perfect.
Perfectly fine. All right, and Doug puts it down. Finally gets on the board here. We got a 5-1 score. You ready for a break in game number 6? Oh no. He did make the one on the side, which is good, but that was a unfortunate kiss and series of events to put that one in the corner.
There's really nothing tied up, so
The layout is
it's gonna
absolutely
be a quick
favorable
wrap.
here. I would like to see
No matter who it is.
just a nice little, maybe 1.5 foot draw here. You can be more or less straight on the 3 without an issue. If anything, you want to be right about where you are now, even a little bit further back, so you get a nice, easy shot draw for the 4. This will still work. You could just go one rail and come right back across the table.
Probably just maybe a quarter tip inside, come up that side rail, back over.
And really the only challenge here, if you do get pretty straight on the 4, is drawing straight back for the 5. I know that Elisa really likes to draw. Her draw is actually, I'd say, one of her strong suits. So I'm not expecting to see any kind of issues drawing back for
If
this.
she came up short on that, she'd have some issues.
Absolutely. We actually saw a great draw shot from her earlier
That
today.
9 ball's pretty big. It's in front of the side, so I'm gonna have to get good on it.
No, good. She's gonna get really fortunate with this lead, though. I mean, he's
Poor Doug.
absolutely just.
He's getting brutalized with these rolls.
He is getting
No
the terrible end of the stick here. Yeah, he really can't be happy about that. Does Doug jump? I don't know if I've ever seen him jump. Does he have a jump
I
here?
don't know. I think so. Maybe. Maybe not. I really haven't paid attention, to be honest.
If he's not jumping at this ball, which is kind of what I like here, there might be a bit of a one-railer going between the 8-9, but I think, frankly, the best way to attack this ball is to go past the 8 on the right-hand side, go all the way up table and back, and try and make contact with the 4.
I would actually call it, but I don't think he does. Unless did he go that first jump?
No, I'm not seeing him pull out a jump piece. I think he's going to attack the one-railer here. Stool looked like it was sharking him over there in the corner for a second.
It's a tough shot, man.
You really just need to bear down and hit this. Yeah, it's hard to worry about what's going to happen afterwards.
Yeah. He got it.
He hit it well.
Hit it really good.
Hit it really well. Is he even going to get shape? No, he's gonna sell out, but it's hard to expect more than just making good contact with that ball.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, it's a...
Oh, I would. That's a sellout right there.
She's playing really good. I know. I get it. But
I'm fully expecting Elisa to close this rack out.
yeah. I mean, it's wide open for sure. Just the key's the shape on the 6 ball here to make it to the 7. You out? Oh, no, I mean out. Are you done? Oh, okay.
This one is, though.
So,
Okay, we are back. We were talking to a few of the players about the tournament, and frankly, you guys didn't want to hear that. Sometimes people go on a little bit of a rant, and you gotta just hang out and chit chat with them. But Elisa really had a chance to close this set out and didn't. Doug is really working his way back into this game. This one is a really, really tough cut. It's also a little difficult to get any kind of safe. I would really like to see something along the lines of thin on the left side of the one. You can even attempt to cut it or even aim to overcut this ball and try and get the one ball down near that 5-9. Let's see what he does here. It's almost impossible to hold for this too. He just went for it. Wow. He's gonna be okay here.
If he hit that too fat, it would have been okay.
That is, I still think that's a very low percentage shot. I'm not super excited. He hit it really well. The results speak for themselves. So, but he's also got another bit of a tester here. He's got to basically go rail first to be able to cut the 2 into the 7, and the 2 is not guaranteed to clear the 7 and give him any kind of shot. That's exactly what he did, and yeah, it came a little too far off the rail. He might actually scratch here. This is the chance at least he needs to close the set out. There's not a ton of challenges here. Shape on the 2 is going to be pretty natural. The 5-9 is actually sitting really well too, so there's a couple of ways she can navigate through this. Not quite sure what she's thinking about over and over. I mean, the 2 is going to lay pretty much in the pocket once you make this. So, I mean, you really can kind of pick whatever side you want. As long as the 2 stays in the pocket, you're going to have a pretty good shot. Oh, no, she cut it really, really thin. I really prefer just hit the 7 full in the face there. There's no real reason to thin that one side or the other. This bank is going to be really difficult too. You got a lot of draw on this to be able to keep that. Is he trying to cut it maybe? Yeah, she's trying to cut it. Almost even got lucky and knocks the 8 in afterwards. But ball in hand with a 1-ball run that's not the way to close out a set.
Yeah, she hit that too thin. She cut that too. I don't know with the ball in hand, she just hit that full.
Absolutely.
Or you line it up and follow it.
If you do want to hit it thin, you need to give yourself the angle to be able to leverage how thin you're hitting it to guarantee a shot. But she kind of went in the middle. She lined up straight on it and hit the ball really thin, and it's a rough outcome.
This is going to be interesting because he has to stay away from the side.
Realistically, here the shot that I like playing, really smooth draw stroke, and you just want to come one rail and straight back out. Basically, where the 3-ball is now, ideally, he's aiming it like he wants to run into the 5-9 right now. At least that's what he was taking a look at. Wow, he didn't like the shot at all. He just opted to play it safe, and you know, if you're behind that is and you're not comfortable with a shot, that's a really respectable decision. And for anybody out there watching that, they were just making an announcement that tonight is a time change, so keep that in mind and set your clocks, you know, accordingly. She looks like she's lining up for the cut here. The good news about trying to cut this ball is that you might actually make the 8 if you don't get there. The 8's a pretty big ball here. I'm not a huge fan of the cut. I would actually really prefer seeing a safe. I'd like to see the 3 go to the left rail and not try and use the 4 as a blocker, but you want to get the 3 a little bit short for the side pocket there. She opted to cut it. I'm not a fan of that choice. And now that 5-9 is a real threat. Yeah, it's really a concern here.
Even though they're not gimmies, it's still pretty
Right.
popular.
Her shape on the 4 is incredibly natural here. You really just want to play off the rail, come off maybe about a 1.5 feet or so. The second diamond is too far, so maybe a diamond and a half. That's about perfect. That's a little far, but you know he's going to be okay. I think he got even with that second diamond, which is about 6 inches too far. It's not out of the question to still be able to make this 5-9. If you can't make the combo, there is a 5-9 carom. It's a little bit more difficult to hit because you have to be on the left side of the table here. You almost want to be way in front of it, but still at enough angle to play the draw and come back for that 5-9. So I would expect this to go in. It's so lined up that even with the 4 or so inches between those balls, there's a lot of room for error here. This is a fair makeable combo. Yep, and then down it goes. Okay, so it's bringing it back within 2. You gotta be on pins and needles watching this set get closer and closer, aren't you?
I know. That's why I'm a little quiet. You're doing good though. Keep it up.
Trying to be impartial even though you're sitting here. At the end of the day, I think I've played with all of these players for easily the past decade. You know, I've seen all these guys come and go. I've been a regular of Danny Kaye's for a long time now. You know, every one of these guys are great to hang out with and play. So it's a lot of fun watching everybody get to battle it out. It's a really good break. It's a really good break.
That's a great. Oh,
2 balls down. He looks like he's going to be hooked. Yeah, I'm expecting a push here. You can tell he's not really happy with those results. I'm a big fan of just actually trying to make even more of a problem with the 4-9. Maybe push the 4 to the bottom rail, possibly. I don't know. Where do you like to kick from? Or where do you like to push to from here? Looks like Lisa's going to go ahead and take a break here. The players do get 1 5-minute break per set. So I think she's just going to step out, clear her mind a little bit, and come back fresh. So we'll be back in a minute. Hey, there we go. So now we've got the audio set up.
So everybody, the biscuit show out at Shooters Bar and Billiards in Riverside. It's the Shooters in Riverside. There's a $4,000 added tournament out there, pinball tournament, and there's actually several pros in it. It's going to be something cool to either play in and or watch. Head out there. It's next weekend. I believe the doors are going to open around 9 o'clock, and play should start probably around 10, it looks like. If you're interested in getting in, it's $200 entry, and you can also PayPal, Venmo, Ross Fergoso to enter the tournament if you're interested. So, yeah, go try your luck out there. Cy will be going out there. I'm going to run the tournament for him here at Danny Cave, but I'll be out there later in the night after this tournament's over here, the weekly Sunday or Saturday and Sunday tournament. But head on out there. Okay, we're back in action here.
Right. I missed that last
Yeah.
shot, but it's okay. It's only one shot. I really don't know what I like here. Looks like he might be able to just put the one on the side. He couldn't. Okay. Hitting that 9 definitely changes nothing. Absolutely nothing is different here. You're looking at pretty much the same pattern. Getting on the 2 is fairly natural if you make the 1 ball here. You do need to hit this with a little bit of pace because you're going to need to get at least 2 rails. That's perfectly struck. Yeah, that's going to work out real well.
Good shot.
I was expecting that to go a little bit more towards the side rail, but it's going to work out great. And it looks like she's on the left side of the 2, which means a little bit of follow here is going to bring her up and down for good shape on the 3. Just like that. Watch the side, though. Watch the side. She's all right.
I can't tell what this is. That's a 4 ball?
It's either the 4 or the 6, but it's coming after the 3 regardless.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, no.
Ew.
came a little bit short there.
Yeah. He might try the 9-ball because he gets a safe out of it if he does.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. You can
Or you
try
can
the
get a
9.
7.
You could also just hit this 4 pretty thin and try and get safe behind the 9 here.
Yeah.
You could try and play the 4-7 carom. There's really a ton of options you could do with this shot. Let's see what he likes to do.
Nizzy. He's going to do the safe.
Bank it straight back again.
He elected to bank it, yeah. And let's see how this slides. Okay, well, he's going to give Alicia a chance here. There
He's gonna
is
have to play a combo.
definitely a 4-7 combo, yeah.
No, not if you like to win.
The problem with the 4-7 combos is going to be real difficult to continue to get shape on the 4 afterwards. Another option here, if you thin the 4, you should be able to have the 4 clip off the 9, and then you can play up table and try and get behind the 8. So we're being joined here by Jeff Nesball. Is that how you say your last name?
That's close enough.
Okay, close enough. What do you think? You don't like this 4-7 combo at all?
Hell no.
What do you shoot here?
You have to do the safe.
I'm
and
a
then
fan
play
of.
the cue ball up at the end rail if you miss. You know what I mean? Like,
If you miss,
yeah, like if you miss
you're shooting the combo. You got you commit and you shoot the combo.
well, I mean, you go for it, but you got to play it as a cue ball, right? I'm thinking you might play.
She went for the combo, and what a kiss afterwards.
That's a good kiss.
What a kiss.
Well, you're sitting on the winner's side, so you're okay.
It's really hard to predict that one way or the other, though. I agree. That's difficult.
Committed and shot.
At the end of the day, it is important. Yeah,
Yeah,
pick a
this is-
shot and go with it. If you're not sure and you really can't decide, the worst thing you can do is be 50-50 and not really, have a decision made. So I agree with you entirely there. Just pick a shot and go.
This is no full player.
No.
Shoot bridge. Off the draw.
Yeah, can actually draw back 3 or 4 feet.
Hopefully she gets to the side.
That'll be okay. This is
That
this.
thing tied. You see?
She didn't get all of it.
I mean, right there, it just made.
You can go either way. You can put a good draw stroke on this and bring it straight back. You can play forward and go up the table.
Forward, it's like, you gotta stroke that one.
You're going to have to put a good stroke on this one regardless, whether you go forward or back. So this is kind of a personal preference, I think.
Here, dedicate, you drop back.
Yeah, I agree.
It'll come back.
And she's a drawer too, so she likes to draw.
She tried to draw it, but didn't get enough of it. But at this point, I like going for bet. You got to try and bet this ball.
Yep.
Any safety is going to
She's
be
gonna play.
easily as difficult
I'm gonna
as.
predict
You think she's going to play the safe?
Yeah.
I think any safe is going to be almost as difficult as smacking one of these balls. Okay. I'm being completely outvoted here.
Well, I know
If you thin it, even
no, she's gonna go for the ball. She just called the ball back.
if you thin it on the left as we're looking at it, and overspin it, and get the cue ball way down there, even if you knock it over 2 feet, good. Oh,
Come on, really big.
she hits it nice and smooth, she can get safe. Oh, get in there.
Oh, so close.
I've known Doug for 30 years.
Yeah.
I think he's missed this before.
Yeah. I think we all have.
I don't expect him to.
Any loads? You're a little nervous. Any loads?
All right, we have a hill match. You can't ask for more excitement than this. This game was, I think you had it 5-0 at some point, right?
Yeah, it was 5-0.
And he's been able to march back and put 5 in a row together.
Rack on this table and this rack.
I was breaking good on that actually. I was breaking good on mine too. Little. Me too. All right.
Well, it was a dry break.
I think that one down there line took the cue ball right behind the three.
Yeah. Sure. I'll be here when it opens. Yeah. So I'm gonna tear this down tonight and set it all up in the morning. Oh no, you can come in. Still, why are you gonna sit it in? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, come on, why not just stay over there? I know it feels cold. Oh, okay. Yeah, you.
Right by the other thing.
Is that hooded?
Yeah, we probably. I don't think we're gonna vacuum table. You can come in, yeah. Just let me know. Give me a text. I'll let you inside the. Oh shit. Yeah, because I'll be right here. You tap on my block. Yeah, I'll let you in the back door.
All right, well, that was actually a pretty good shot on the 2 there. Getting on the floor is going to be a little sticky.
Yeah.
Just wanted to really be on the other side of the 3 ball here.
You can get on the other side of that floor from here. The 3 rails around.
Yeah, 3 rails around would do it really well.
Get in the corner of the side. If you get goofy, stick around the 6. Don't come short.
Now, do you really like going all the way 3 rails, or you think just maybe lie straight up right where the 3 is now?
Go 4 rails. You go on the 4. You're going to get stuck right there. So that's too fat. That's too fat.
I'm really liking just
I think
thinning
you
the
can get a
4
piece
and
of
bring
it.
it down near the 7 here.
Get a piece of it.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Just don't stress. Cross-bank the 4.
You could hit it really hard, cross bank the 4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
That kiss is very unfortunate. Shooting it to the side is not a gimme here. You really have to be careful with that.
Right? I don't want to play that guy.
So you like trying to cut this ball all the way up and run it back? I don't either. I really don't.
Shoot it right in the side.
Just shoot in the side, drift forward, maybe a foot, take what you get.
Just enough to get that five. Because you can't go too far. Because if you get too straight on the five, you can't get on the other side of the stick.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's all right. We got it.
All right, well, Lisa's coming to the table with a pretty open layout. You have a couple of choices to get to the five here. You can go back and forth. You can just give this a little bit of a draw.
I might roll straight across and shoot it to the side. Opposite the eight.
Yeah, that's also an option too.
It's easier to control. This is a little draw. A little left. Get way down. Table too.
Looks like that's how she's queuing up on it. Now she's gonna get pretty close to the shape you were talking about. It's not too close for comfort, but if she can make this on the side, the shape for the six, it's gonna just play itself.
I say go off the five and stick it in the net.
I like to save you.
If she gets between the rail and the ball, just move that seven up on the side rail.
Yeah, with an elevated cue so close to the rail, it increases the difficulty of the shot quite a lot. I like your suggestion, though. I think really the only way to get to this ball is going one rail, just like she's aiming.
Split the difference. Just bump it to a tough.
Any kind of
Don't try
contact.
and make all the score. Just bump it up out of this.
Oh, and she made it! Wow!
The only problem is
There's not a whole lot of reward on that eight, but what a shot. This is about as much suspense as you get. Now here, I like cross-banking this into the top left corner. If you do come a little short, you can easily get safe, but
I really like four railing and around to the bottom rail.
four-railers, okay.
And following that cue ball all the way down to the end rail.
Interesting. You like that? Why do you like that over the crossbank?
Crossbank's tough. You're gonna have to draw it.
You don't think you can crossbank that with a little bit of right-hand English? And
A little draw, yeah, you probably could, but
well, I'm not thinking any draw at all. Maybe even like a high right and get the ball kind of full.
That doesn't cut.
it looks like a bit of a pistol.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta kick it.
But if you hit it dead straight, it goes four rails. Four mark.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you're following down, and that cue ball says out to the rail.
That was the shot I was thinking of, right there. Playing the, and if you don't hit the cross bank, you get a decent chance of making save.
Mark, that's exactly what I said. Right there. That's what I meant.
Oh, when you said 4 rails, I thought you were this guy. I don't know you well enough to take you seriously.
That works.
I'm learning something about the community here.
I was just like, this has been the best stream so far.
I was explaining how and then she double kicked cross banked it and
I said, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
This is
okay, so
rough.
you just nipped this thing with 4 rails, give it a 9.
Just like that. Yep.
That's a good shot.
I smell the 1 rail straight back 100 miles an hour.
It is definitely an option. Yeah.
No,
No, just banking it back down here near the 9.
well,
Yeah, I know what you mean. You have to. What is it? What is it?
They are hill right now.
So it might be a bad time for me to give her a shot.
Oh, she tried to cut it.
ho.
That stops in the rail. It's okay. Yep. I mean,
Hill, this is no hanger.
it is not a hanger. Absolutely not. But, you know, you're really excited to get back to the table here. That's for sure.
And with that light cue ball.
I think he's gonna make it, then he's gonna hit it, the chitty's gonna sit right there, he's gonna get the kitty on the corner. Right here? Corner.
You got those stinky things?
They're great. They taste great, but they stink. No, I'm good.
You guys are
Yeah, he drains it. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. It really is. Well, this has been the most suspenseful match we've seen on the stream table, one way or the other, all day. Looks like Doug's going to take that one down. All right, as soon as I get the next match, but I don't know if we're going to have one more or not, actually. This might be the end of the stream. We'll find out in 1 minute. We'll be right back. right, and we're back with another match. We've got Henry Broke versus Robert Vega. We're getting to that point in the tournament now where the rank disparities can be pretty big. The higher level players are working their way through the field here. And Henry is spotting Robert 4 games in race to 8. So there is absolutely every opportunity for Robert to take advantage here and put one together. There's not too many issues here. That 2-3 isn't too big of a problem at all.
He should just have the edge of the 2, I think.
Yeah, I think the 2 ball's going to go just fine.
If he can cut the 2 in, you almost can't tell what they have to work on.
Anybody want to do something?
Yeah.
This is a little unfortunate here, and that makes that 4 ball really, really tough to shoot.
It's kind of bullshit. As soon as you hit a ball, you gotta make sure you don't scratch. Like, people want to get freaky. I was gonna say either that or
I think he was trying to cut it, just missed it, but either way, the result's not so good.
What do you do here? I think you got to extend the left side of the 4 and try to get your 2 balls on this end of the rail.
Yep, I agree. 2 rails with the 4, and just create some distance. There's not a whole lot else you can do here.
Well, maybe thin on the 4 and 2 rails with the 2 balls. Like this, yeah.
Yep, just looking for distance. Perfect speed. I mean, really good perfect speed. That was Henry that shot that.
Oh, my bad.
I mean, it would have been a great shot for a guy going to 4, though. I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm still delirious from my last match. It was a grind.
And he overran that by good 2 feet. You know, it's actually, now that I look at it, it's not so bad. If you can hold it, you can also play the 6 in the bottom corner. You can really overspin that. But yeah, he was trying to play the 6 in the bottom left corner there. That's not bad shape at all. I actually like running into the 9 here because you can push this down.
Yeah, I did it, but I think you'll get, if you do that, you'll push the 9 to the rail, and then you'll be straight in on the 8.
You can.
You have to draw all the way back up.
You can still see the whole 8 ball, so. He's a little straight, though. I mean, realistically, what you're looking to do here is load up with a little bit of top left on this. That way you can aim at the right side of the pocket. You kind of cheat it towards the middle of the pocket, and you get shape to come back down near the middle. He really got hold of the wrong side of that one.
I feel like I just ate. It turns out I ate about 8.5 hours ago.
Yeah, I think we had lunch at what, 1 o'clock, maybe even 12:30.
It was like 11:15.
Was it really that early?
That was they started serving food at 11. I was asking about it at about 10:15, so he came around. I ordered it quickly.
Oh, that's right. I ate a few hours after you did, so.
And I.
We're probably going to be taking a dinner break here pretty shortly, so both a little hungry. Been sitting behind this booth all day long.
Oh, is that Elmira?
Yeah, that comment's from a few hours ago. She came over, wanted to watch a replay of one of the matches. Yeah, this is 50-50. I mean, this is right in the middle. There's no scratch here. You just got to make the ball. And he has. It's a good shot.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do that shot is underkill.
All right, we're back. Henry had a pretty good break there. He picked up a couple balls. He is really not going to like this, though. He's completely hooked himself with no shot on the floor.
Okay, what are his options here?
There's a three-wheeler around the eights is kind of the only thing I'm seeing here.
I think he needs to go long with the eight, possibly.
This is tough.
It looks like he's probably playing around here. Let's see. It's looking forward to me. I think they're coming through here.
He did exactly that. Three-wheeler around the eight. And, oh, he's just missed it. You could have avoided that by putting a little bit more running English on that so that it takes off the first rail and goes a little bit higher, and that would have helped out there, but it's really tough to gauge.
Robert close the deal out here. The 6 to the 7 can be tricky.
Yeah, the key here is getting from 5 to 6. If you get good shape on the 6, the rest of the rack should kind of solve itself. And that's way too far. You really want to see that about 2 feet shorter than he hit it. It's true. Yeah. You're going to go right around this bottom right pocket, and you're going to come right back where you are now. Overcut it. Oh, no. So, yeah, except in this case, Henry's got a little bit of an easier setup here. He can just take the right side of the 6 ball and come on the bottom, or on the left side of the 7. He actually doesn't even need to flirt with that. He could just come back out to the middle. Frankly, even right where he is not terrible. So, a little too fast. Yeah. For somebody
across 2 rails and back out here, hit around the middle of the table. A lot of decent angles. I don't want to have to draw straight back. Get it. I can see that.
Yeah.
Probably noticed that you can see the number for an extra second on that.
The ball just it slid as soon as he made contact with it. Yeah. That's pretty good shape. I would have liked a little bit more angle here, frankly, but he should have enough to draw this back.
Yeah, he can come through. I think he's helpful because he can't, not to say he can't, he wouldn't be able to draw it straight back in the front, but you can draw it straight enough that you can stay on the same side. Okay.
It's good enough. He's definitely got himself an angle on it.
He's actually a very straight shooter. His cue ball control may not be up there with the Henry, but this guy is
Just like that. There we go. So Robert picks one up, and we maintain our original scoreline.
making that break here. If he hits this good, you see the four ball going away here. Okay.
It's got shape on the 1. 2 is a little annoying. You can definitely get shape to play the 2 in the top right-hand side. It is a little testy getting between the 3-9, but the angle's favorable, so I don't see too many complications here.
Lightly thin on this ball, you gotta pull it out to miss the game.
Just like that between the 3-9. That's very favorable kiss. Second stop, is he gonna get behind the 6? Just like that. Kind of didn't want to hit the 9, but you know what? He really did what he set out to do. So. And the rack is fairly open up now. There's not a whole lot of challenges. You can play the 3 inside. You can play the 3 up in the top left corner. I really prefer playing it in the top corner there because you can roll up naturally for the 5.
It looks like you almost have the angle go forward 2 rails.
He doesn't. Yeah.
You gotta watch the ball not to trip and keep all into the side.
I was gonna say at this angle I prefer just a little bit of a stun. Yeah. Missed it. It's gonna be a really tough hill to climb. I like this with a lot of right-hand English, and you actually just want to miss the 8 and come back out for the 5. I don't like playing this one with left.
If it's off the rail, I don't mind it.
Looks like he went for that exact shot. Yeah. Had he cut that correctly, he would have missed the 8 entirely. Here, I'm really liking playing behind the 6. It's a very straightforward shot. Focus only on getting behind the 6 ball. You really don't care where the 3's going. That's pretty much perfect.
Playing good.
You're making good choices. You know, it's worth noting that, like Mike mentioned when he came back, these guys have been playing at this point all day long. And if not playing, waiting around to play, it's been a long day. So pretty much everyone still left in this tournament is going to have a little bit of fatigue, either physical or mental, one of the 2.
The doors open just about 4 hours ago. The tournament started about 10 and a half hours ago. Yeah, it's been a bit of a day. There's a lot of pool, a lot of sitting, a lot of waiting.
You're not the only one.
I'm getting enough sleep last night.
I can feel it settling in too. That was a good hit. Absolutely was a good hit. That 6 is a huge ball, though. I'm expecting Henry to just go ahead and play this 3-6 combination and pull this cue ball.
inside the jaws. I mean, you expect them to make it.
There is a carom here too. If you're not a huge fan of this combo, you can absolutely carom, which is nice because the 3 then lays on the top rail.
Yeah, with the combo, you're much more assured to have a shot on the 3 afterwards.
Got that one. Yeah. The only advantage to playing the carom is that you're not guaranteed to leave the ball in the jaws if you miss.
I think to hit that carom, you really had to kind of make the 8 up table a bit, and the cue ball hits the 6 and kind of stops in the corner pocket, and then you got some weird shot from the side.
Absolutely. So this is a pretty simple, nice and soft. Leave yourself a.
I'd probably play rail first on this shot just to roll easier. Hit that.
But yeah, the rail first shot there at least guarantees you come straight down towards the 5. So I see what you're getting at with that. This is a pretty routine shot here. Just pop it right back out to the middle.
I think I like coming out for the 7 in the lower left here. Position would have probably been a little bit easier. But now he's going to have to hit the drop shot, go up to the left side rail and draw back. Or
Play a little top left.
Two rails
yeah,
it's still a big shot.
You have to run the cue ball a lot more. Yeah, one way or the other.
It takes either way. It takes a stroke.
Not ideal. You have 2 options though. The actual 3 options. There's you can play it safe, putting the 8 ball up near the top rail here by banking it 2 rails. Come down near the 9. Just like this. And except you really want to hit that on the other rail first. Yeah. That was the safe I was getting at. Absolutely.
This is still not the easiest set.
I like drawing this ball a lot. Yeah, I'm usually a fan of the high and inside too, but this particular ball, it's really easy to make that ball die at the top rail if you put too much top on it.
That's what I do. That's rail first with a bunch of spin.
Yeah, definitely an option. It's a great shot.
All right, Henry pulls one more back. He really needs that.
That's what makes this tournament so live for almost anyone that plays, though. If the ranks are a large gap, you're getting a huge head start.
Being down 5-2 is a massive upgrade over being down 6-0.
It's Triple D giving us a little bit of a dance over there on the table to the right.
There was a TV show about the guy that started Fox News television. It was called The Loudest Voice in the Room. That describes Triple D pretty perfectly.
I don't know, he's got a friend named Bubba Reeves, and I think they might give each other a run for their money on volume. For those of you that know Bubba, he's a really great guy, actually. But when that guy wants you to know something, you know it. Okay, this is a little touchy. Getting shape on this 3 is really annoying.
You know what I might do here is overcut this 2 ball and run your cue ball at the 9. It's a safety slash kind of free right at the 9.
I would have never seen that.
Wow. This is it right here. He tried it. He hit it still a little bit too fat, but look at the safety.
Oh, it's good. Ties up the 8. I never would have seen that.
Robert has the same shot. And if he hits this well, it'll be kind of possibly tucked over behind the 7, and it's cue ball on the other side of the 7 with maybe a free right on the 9 ball potentially.
Let's see if he was paying attention.
Nope. He just went real basic route. I mean, that's like a containing safety, maybe. Henry could probably make this in the side pocket. But
I like playing the 2-9 here, really. The carom looks like it's gonna play fine because there's really not a whole lot you can do with the 4. Even if you do make the 2, getting shape on the 3 is really annoying.
Well, if this has a decent angle on side, you could kind of draw this down into that right corner and come 2 rails towards the 3 ball. It looks like he's digging down for that shot I'm talking about. That shot.
Yeah, great shot.
But
Great
I don't
shot.
know how much of a reward there is for that. The 4 doesn't look makeable from the outfit.
And that's why I was thinking of not even shooting the 2 ball. That's already really tough, and what are you going to get for it?
But Henry's a very. Oh, look at this. Ooh, he took it back at the middle. That was a great shot.
So he came to the same conclusion. Just took him one more ball to get there. That, why shoot at it?
Right. You tell somebody who separates a 4 ball, you might
Yeah.
see multiple attempts at the ball. That driving's out of the pocket. I don't think that's makeable. He can.
He could definitely. I think he's going to run at this 9 again. Yeah. I wouldn't be
But
surprised
now
to see
with
the
9
same
is
thing.
it's a big funnel. You know what I mean? The pocket is much more available for the cue ball.
Yes. And he's taking a whack at it again. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know if he has enough pace, but he got the angle pretty good.
Wow, look at it, tuck it right back in there. That's a fantastic shot.
And I'll tell you what, right now.
I'm considering just pushing the 9
Yeah,
out
I
of the
just
way.
push the 9, get the 9 away from the hole. Do not. And
Don't
I
touch
repeat,
the 4.
do not mess with the 4.
Yeah, you do not want to touch that at all.
You don't want to do anything silly.
I think he's trying to hit the 3.
It's okay. I mean, you just as long as you're sure you're not touching the 4 ball, it's not the
Oh, he grabbed the edge of the pocket there.
But I don't care for leaving the 9 this close to the hole.
Yeah,
Because I think you're going to see
guarantee
a
you're going
technical
to see it.
combination.
Absolutely.
You might even see some sort of he's going to set up over here for banking the 3 down here, running the cue ball this way, or something like that.
I think this combo is difficult enough that he's just going to try and make it and not try and do anything else.
Right. The only reason I suggest that other shot is because there's less of a chance of disrupting the 4 right here if you miss the shot. If you miss the shot,
you can disrupt that. Absolutely. It's a great shot right there. If you don't miss it, it doesn't matter if you disrupt those 2 balls, right?
Honestly, I'd be lucky to make contact with that 9 ball from that far away. I'd be happy hitting it.
Closing the gap further.
Okay, now Henry's eliminated half of the spot here.
At this point, I think I'm really starting to like Henry in this race. I mean,
This game right here is we'll just have to make whoever wins this game a favorite. Just cut this in. Keep going back and forth. Keep on half the table.
2 balls makeable from anywhere on the top side of the table.
The 4 might be a little bit better.
4 goes off the 9 too.
Yeah, but it's missable.
That's exactly what you want to do.
That's what happens when your wife goes further than you. You got to carry her first.
Should be used to that by now. Honestly, don't even remember a tournament where she did go further than him. Okay, well, he intentionally set up an angle here by coming. I don't know if I like breaking the thing out, but you can get short side on 4 from here conceivably.
Yeah, playing the 4 up north is just fun.
But if you do that, you're probably going to hit the 5 or something like that and disrupt this combination.
He didn't touch any of it.
That kind of
Wow.
Is it back on?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm here for you. Hi, it's Brooke Streamland.
Streamland says hello back.
Brooke Thomason.
And that
I
5-8's
don't
going
give a
to go.
wow. That was a good shot.
And getting from the 6 to the 7 might be a little bit of an issue, depending on how he moves
Where's
this.
the first?
Top left corner there.
But he's gonna shoot the 5 first.
Well, right, but he's still got to get from the 6 to 7 at some point.
The
All
5-8.
these guys don't understand. I
Tell
don't
us.
give a what.
You don't want to let up on your stroke on the shot, like when people leap forward and get the 9 in play, or leave yourself some sort of weird bank on the 5. You got to draw this.
Draw this to keep shape on the 5, yeah. Just like that. Don't put the bridge away. You're going to need that, sir.
Remember that shot that Henry played in that upper corner with the rail first, coming around? I like that shot with a bunch of speed, catch the 6 pretty much as fast as you can with a bunch of spin. It'll open up off the second rail, go past the side pocket.
You have to understand that all of them are pointing at the TV right now with their little pen, and it's so
This is,
6 ball, bitches.
I think he can actually just hit the right
Yeah.
side of this 6 and come
No.
straight up and down.
he did this.
He's gonna thin the 6. He's gonna come across. He's gonna make that
He's gonna hit it.
Coming over there. It's gonna end up on the second rail.
Is he really going to get up?
Right. I don't give a what. Make the ball in.
Okay. When you cue ball tonight?
Yeah, he spanked the.
Actually expecting
to
a
the corner.
2 rails. Yeah, just
No, he should have spanked clean to that pocket.
Okay.
Bank it
right where
clean
that chalk is
to
at the
corner
top end of the
pocket
table.
and bring the cue ball down
So
for
you're
the
saying
set.
bank this long cross
The clean
corner.
pocket. Yes. Bank it out. That is exactly what he
Okay,
did. He
here.
had like a little bit. Honestly, he did
What
it soft.
he's trying to say is that he took the conservative approach. Which is the dramatic way to
I don't give a what.
we just lost half the viewers. We apologize. There was 2 like 1 second ago.
We lost one of the 2.
Yep, 50%.
Hey,
It's a
it's
huge
Brooke
swing.
in Fremont. Let's go. Let's go.
However, though, we have had 63 people watch clips of this, so people are chiming in throughout the day.
Yeah.
Is he banking this cross corner?
I really think he's going to be back banking it, yeah.
Back bank it. Even if he misses it,
That's a spin. Oh,
Still playing conservative. Look at this shape. What a good shape.
I have not seen it.
clap him for that. That was a great shot.
And there's not a whole lot of options here. You really just have to play this one rail and try and get to contact.
Actually, let's see. If you hit the second rail first, you have a shot at getting position on the 7. Not there.
Completely.
I don't give a what.
Do you give a who?
I do.
Just not a what?
Not a what.
Okay.
My new boyfriend said that was okay. I don't have to give a what. I can only give a who.
All right.
What?
Ooh.
It's going to come up really short there, actually.
Uncharacteristic of Henry to
No, I'm really expecting a bit of a draw shot to try and come behind the 9 here. But you should be able to put the 7 right up on the second line. No.
Okay, I'm gonna take it down.
They may be able to thin the right side of the 7 ball and just keep all up.
No,
He's not
straight.
No.
Shoot it straight and put it down there.
Exactly. And try and draw behind the 9. I agree. Just like this.
You don't care. Just put it on there. Perfect. Perfect. Good shot. Perfect shot. Who's that boy? Who's that talking to you?
I don't know. I don't know his name. He has a uniform that indicates short.
I know
through my powers of seduction.
You can just roll this in, and even if you miss it, it's still a tough shot.
Henry doesn't do. Henry crosses it straight up the middle of the table and puts it to the line.
But you could just roll it. Roll it.
I think we're gonna actually see him just go ahead and shoot this
Roll
ball.
the 7 in.
He could try and overcut it, but you're right. He could try and overcut it from behind that. He was trying to
First
shoot.
shot, first shot. I don't give a what. Let's go. Honestly, though, I thought you could just
I agree. It was definitely a makeable shot. Yes. It's gonna work. Not at all. He's gonna be just fine.
Robert! I don't give a what.
Definitely 3 games to 2 in favor of Henry.
Scoreline shows 6-3 1-8.
I don't give a what. I gotta find my glasses. I'll be right back.
Okay.
On the side. Slow down, 2 ball. Yep, he's gonna have to crack at it. He can still cut that in the side. It's tight though. Drained it in that top right there. Was there a
I
seat?
don't know. Somebody. I
He
don't
hasn't
give
been making too
a
many
what.
mistakes. He's making smart choices.
You guys are
That's what I really like to see.
being like the wonderful like commentary of wonderful people.
We're trying.
Nice, you guys are nice. Yes, nice. I like it. I like it. Bitches. I know people what? Who's the best? Who's the best? Great shot.
I would have liked to see some inside English on that instead. Yeah. I really would have. I really would have.
Surprised you made it.
Me too, actually. I wasn't
thought he
planning on
missed it
on
by a
showing
lot.
up.
Let's go. He's gonna miss this.
Wow.
Yeah, great
You
shot,
know,
dumbass.
not too many people playing the short
Look at
side.
him being on the wrong side. He might have an opportunity to make it, but he's on the wrong side of the ball. Nobody thought this was gonna happen.
This has got to be a nightmare for Henry to watch. He's got to give it 8 balls to try out after that right after the guy.
Mike with your glasses, you're so adorable. Yeah. Yeah. Can you make this?
Yeah, he did.
I need more drinks. Nobody thought he was going to make it. We're all going to do it right now. New Year's.
Yeah, it was a good show.
On this cue ball control, is it like at Henry's level, like he's not making it.
So freaking normal. They didn't know how bad this game would be, but they're like, oh yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah.
Try break.
He's gonna run around if he's doing this stuff. I don't give up. What do you want to drink? Because I'm going to get us all a drink. You wonderful people in Streamland, we're getting a drink. Go, everybody go get a drink. I'm going to keep doing it. It's for
Good shot by Henry right there. He's gonna come back.
Did you guys hear it? I did.
We told her. Yeah.
He's got a good angle to go forward, 2 rows out towards the middle.
That five's sitting in the middle of the table, so.
6 inside, 7 inside.
Yep. That's pretty straightforward. I kind of like getting below the 9 ball. So whichever side you get on the 7, you really want to be above the pocket. Looks like he's done that far. Couldn't even play a stop shot here. There's nothing wrong with a stop shot and then running it down the bottom of the table.
You want to, ideally, you want to draw it like 2 inches or something like that. Stop just has, I think it's slightly out of line and stuff.
Fair enough. Yep. An inch or 2 could hurt.
You have to draw it a little bit, I believe.
It's close.
It's
It's
got the angle
close.
now where the 9 is a big ball.
You can see him talking to himself. I think he
he was
also
trying to- he was
wanted to
trying to
come back
draw
an
it.
inch or 2.
This is a goofy angle. You go forward, your kilo kind of wants to stay behind the 9 a little bit.
Yes. Yes, it does. Had to load that up with the left-hand English to get it to come down. And that's pretty much perfect. Wanted it to go a little further, but he's going to be okay here.
Look. Sounds like Henry right there. We need 4 more of those before his opponent gets another game.
Every single game is a must-win for Henry right now.
Absolutely.
Do you find that you play better from behind here in the set, or do you like just trying to get an early lead and crush somebody?
I don't know. I don't tend to. I think I tend to let up when I'm in the lead, so I'm probably a little bit more grindy for volume.
I'm the same way. I think anytime I get a lead, I'm more prone to blow that lead than I am to just close the set out. Try break was not good, but didn't leave any sort of shot.
In fact, in my last tournament match tonight, I was down either 2 or 3 games while my opponent was on the hill, and I managed to come back and get there. Get a pretty clutch out in the last rack to close it out. I was pretty happy with it.
Watch out. Yes. Unfortunately, he can play a little bit of a draw shot and try and make it 2, but you're probably not going to get rewarded if you do that. I think I'm much happier with just thinning the right side of the 1 ball here. And if anything, trying to put it behind the 8 and come back behind the 3-7. He's not hitting it with any kind of rights. I think he's just trying to go up and down with this and use the 8 maybe. No, he went for something kind of in the middle there. I don't really know if I'm so happy with that choice, actually. I would have liked to see one side or the other.
He's not that thrilled with it either. He's not exactly where he's trying to get, apparently. Showed a little frustration after that. I mean, this is a long shot and still a tough out. The 3's kind of tucked away. You can get there, but it takes a little.
Looks like you miscued.
Look at that. That was like the most fortunate miscue in the history.
Just makes the 3 a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
Is there a possibility now? I mean, I don't think he plays the 1 off the 3 here.
I don't think so. He's definitely took a glance at it, but I really don't think so. He's taken the opportunity of the first foul.
I don't like this whatsoever. I think he can get out here, and I think he can either play the 1 off the 3 or just play the 1 and move the 7 and 2 in the jaws.
He's a pretty conservative player, so he did leave a 1-railer. If he was going to do that, I was actually a fan of going in between the 3 and the 7 and try and create a little bit more space. But he elected not to even touch it. Yep, this is now worse than the situation he just found himself in with ball in hand. So I don't think this is going to be makeable on the side at all.
Super thin cut.
If anything, I would think he would actually try and cross make this 1 and come up near the 2.
If he's able to make it inside, he does have a chance of separating the 3 and 7. Okay. Wow. First shot.
That's a great shot.
It was. I feel like it was awfully risky to expect to get your ball 4 rails in between all that traffic without touching any of it.
Sometimes when you get down on a ball, you just see the line. I know there's been plenty of times where I've had a shot that on paper looked like it's a low percentage, but somehow you just see the line and you go for it. And somebody's been playing as long as Henry has. I'm sure that there are many lines that he just feels comfortable with. Seems that way. He might be running into the 8 here in order to maintain his cue ball position.
I don't know if he has the exact left edge of the one ball to cut it. If he plays the billiard,
Still got video. You still have video. Why'd that little yellow thing come out?
It does often.
Oh. Right when I pulled this thing out. I was gonna say, this camera hasn't even on.
Wow, I didn't think that had room to go by at all. Frankly, I don't think he expected it to go by either. But he was shaking his head when he didn't hit the 3-7, so maybe that was the plan the whole time. You've talked about the shot a few times, but I like going rail first, a little bit of left, come 3 if not 4 rails, and get yourself some shape on the 7, just like that. Or get yourself shape on the 3. Oh, this becomes a very difficult hit all of a sudden. I don't see a 1 rail.
Possibly time to try to tie up the 5 and 8.
Maybe. There is no easy way to get to this one.
Yeah, I like rolling the 5 on like under the 8, something like right here, something like that. You could try to do something similar with the 4, kind of making it to the 8.
No, if you were going to tie something up, I agree. I think the 5-8 is the way to go. He might be trying to play 3 rails. Oh, very unfortunate that he got that after the 3rd rail there. Yeah. For such a conservative player, it's a little odd to see him take that big of a risk at this point in the set. Robert really just needs to, knuckle down and get out here. This is his probably going to be best opportunity to close this setup.
I like putting this pretty slow with a kind of a lot of left and just going 2 rails straight at, between the 6 and straight up 5 here.
That's about perfect. He's got on the correct side of the 5, so we can just hit this with a little bit of a draw shot. Give it maybe about 8 inches, 9 inches worth of draw, and have a. Yeah, actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this, yeah, you might want to go even further. He's a little straight.
Slightly on the wrong side of this, too straight.
However, it's not so bad. If you just come back by about a foot, you should be okay. You can still play kill the 7. I don't hate this.
Got a significant angle on the 7, which would be hard to not have a significant angle on the 8. Okay, I guess.
I think you can actually roll this 7 in and keep the cue ball more or less. I don't like going back and forth with this one because the 9 ball is way too large. Just like that. That was exactly what I was afraid of. It's too risky trying to go back and forth here. No, I think he can see the 8. Yeah, I think he can see enough of it. I think he can see the whole ball. I really think he can see the whole thing. If he pockets this, it's home free. He could see so much of it that he overcut the ball. Oh, that's brutal. It's really, really tight though.
You gotta worry about this scratching in the opposite side.
Is he gonna be cutting this in the ball?
Side pocket. Oh no,
She played for the bank. That's not gonna be good at all. This could be spelling disaster for Henry.
I mean, I was shooting a fucking team. Last two matches I won Bill Lewis. If I got your worst Joe, I don't know what I'd say.
And that's going to be the end of that. All right, well, absolutely. We're going to take a dinner break. I don't think there's going to be more matches tonight. Definitely not by the time we get back. So odds are good. We will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of this tournament. Have a good night, everyone.